As businesses increasingly migrate their operations to the cloud, Amazon Web Services has emerged as a fundamental pillar of the corporate world. In fact, it has evolved from a nice to have into an absolute necessity. Studies reveal that a whopping 60% of corporate data has already found its home in the cloud. And among the giants holding this data, Amazon Web Services stands tall as the industry leader in cloud computing, and this isn't an unfounded claim. Even esteemed research organizations like Gartner share this sentiment. They not only recognize AWS as a thought leader, but also view it as the gold standard for cloud computing. Moreover, AWS is a kind of dungeon master of the cloud, powering a multitude of organizations worldwide, from industry giants like Netflix, Adobe, BMW, and much more. On the other hand, DevOps is all about fostering collaboration and synergy between development and operations team. It's a cultural and technical approach that emphasizes automation, continuous integration, continuous delivery, that's CI/CD, and rapid development. Both AWS and DevOps practice go hand in hand when it comes to industry roles. The AWS DevOps professionals could easily earn an average salary of 50 lakh rupees. So, learning about AWS DevOps could prove a magnificent asset for you. And today, through this session, we are exactly going to help you get started with it. We'll unreveal the intricate details of the AWS platform and explore how you can implement DevOps practice on it. But before we begin, I'd like to request you guys to subscribe to our channel and hit that bell icon to come across multitudes of updates from the Intellipaat YouTube channel. We will begin the session with what is AWS. Then we'll cover what is DevOps. Later, we'll try to talk about achieving DevOps over AWS Cloud. Then we'll cover configuration management tools, what is meant by continuous testing, why AWS for DevOps, and different AWS Developer Tools. After that, we'll cover what is CodeCommit, what is CodePipeline, and most commonly asked AWS DevOps Interview Questions. Finally, we'll also help you comprehend how to make a career in AWS DevOps.
AWS was introduced in 2006, and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top 3 companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services or AWS is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following. We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web, and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power, and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
The word DevOps is a combination of the terms development and operations, meant to represent a collaborative or shared approach to the tasks performed by a company's application development and IT operations teams. Let's assume that Gary is a DevOps engineer working for Instagram. His job is to collaborate with different teams and make sure the DevOps pipeline is running smoothly to release frequent updates. Before Gary, Instagram used to create and release updates after every 2 months. But when Gary joined as the DevOps engineer, the plan was to release updates every 3 days to keep the users happy. Now users are more happy as they can use new features on a daily basis and get what they ask for due to the faster release cycle. DevOps teams use various tools to automate and accelerate processes, which helps to increase reliability. A DevOps toolchain helps teams tackle important DevOps fundamentals and go through its phases including continuous integration, continuous delivery, automation, and collaboration. Teams use various DevOps tools to help them facilitate a DevOps culture in their organization. Most teams rely on specific tools for their pipelines, building custom toolchains that fit their needs for each phase in the application lifecycle. DevOps cloud teams use tools like Docker, Selenium, Jenkins, and Kubernetes. These are just a few tools amidst an array of DevOps tools. DevOps influences the application lifecycle throughout its plan, develop, deliver, and operate phases. Each phase relies on the other and the phases are not role specific. Plan. In the plan phase, DevOps teams ideate, define, and describe features and capabilities of the applications and systems they are building. They track progress at low and high levels of granularity, from single product tasks to tasks that span portfolios of multiple products. Develop. The develop phase includes all aspects of coding, writing, testing, reviewing, and the integration of code by team members, as well as building that code into build artifacts that can be deployed into various environments. DevOps teams seek to innovate rapidly without sacrificing quality, stability, and productivity. Deliver. Delivery is the process of deploying applications into production environments in a consistent and reliable way. The delivery phase also includes deploying and configuring the fully governed foundational infrastructure that makes up those environments. Operate. The operating phase involves maintaining, monitoring, and troubleshooting applications in production environments. In adopting DevOps practices, teams work to ensure system reliability, high availability, and aim for zero downtime while reinforcing security and governance. Professionals can become a DevOps engineer coming from different backgrounds. A DevOps engineer should have various skills and they can't just be DevOps tools. Let's have a quick look at the other skills a DevOps engineer should have. A DevOps engineer should have one high-level programming language like Java, C++ or C#. Should also know Linux, SQL, cloud technologies like AWS, Azure or GCP, scripting languages like Perl, Bash or Python. On an average basis, DevOps engineer earns 5 lakhs per annum to 14 lakhs per annum in India, while in the USA, a DevOps engineer earns from $125,000 per year.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary purpose of configuration management tools in software development? Option A, to write code for software applications. Option B, to track and manage changes to software and infrastructure configurations. Option C, to provide customer support for software products. And option D, to design user interfaces for web applications. Please do mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
So what is AWS? AWS abbreviates as Amazon Web Services. AWS is a platform. It is a cloud providing platform which will help businesses or even individuals scale their business and also grow offering secure cloud service. They provide you computing power like virtual machines, and they provide you content delivery like CloudFront, CDNs. They provide you database storage and also normal storage. And they provide various services for analytics like Kinesis, and for simple storing data, you can use S3. Amazon Web Services is the #1 cloud provider in the world. After that comes Azure and GCP. So Amazon Web Services is also used by a lot of Fortune 500 companies, guys. So this is the basic information about AWS. And also AWS has 69 availability zones in 22 different regions across the world. So this means your website which you have in a particular country, for example, if you are in India and you're launching a website online, you want that website to be available for everyone in the world. So you can use AWS to get a global reach. So you can use AWS for that. So this is the basic information, guys. Now let us see what is DevOps. So AWS is a technology. So now let us see what is DevOps actually. So DevOps is not a technology. It is not a tool. DevOps is a methodology. DevOps is a way of operating a business. It is like Agile or a Scrum process. So basically it is a way of moving on with the business, creating a process which automates everything in your business, from coding till the deployment part. So basically DevOps is development operations put together, and you can see a simple infinity symbol over here. That it's not actually an infinity symbol. This is showing that it never ends. It automates itself. So first you plan, you create your project. After that, verification, that is testing. After that, it is packaged and it is sent to the operational floor where they release it to the world. So till here it will be within the development team. Then it will be released to the world. After that, you can do configurations, you can monitor your application. And again, once again, after monitoring, you'll be getting a lot of telemetry, which you can use to make the application better. So you again go to plan and create. So this is the process which keeps on happening. And you can see the motto over here, guys, that is DevOps is the union of people, process and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. This particular statement was told by Donovan Brown, the Azure DevOps manager. So what this means is that DevOps is not a software service. So you don't use it just for software. You can use DevOps for anything, for delivering value. Value is the main motive, guys. It is not the software or any other product. You can provide value to your customers through any medium, but in our case, it is software. So what basically value means, you create a website and you have 4 different features. So 3 different features are constantly used by users, but that one feature is not getting used. So that feature is not delivering value to your end users. So how to deliver or how to make that feature more valuable and so that many end users are going to use it. So you either remove it or create a much better solution, and you can create a DevOps lifecycle. You can implement all of that over here.
Okay guys, a quick info. If you want to do an end-to-end AWS DevOps certification, Intellipaat provides an AWS DevOps certification training, and those details are available in the description. Now let us continue with the session.
So you can monitor whether that particular feature is providing value. If it doesn't, you can just remove. For example, your website is having 10,000 customers every day, but only one of them is using a particular feature. That means it's not providing value, and also you are consuming a lot of resources to launch that particular feature in your website. So actually you don't need it, so you can remove it. So this is how DevOps works. It is basically a process. You can plan, create, and do all these steps, and you can automate it using DevOps tools. Moving on. So introduction to AWS DevOps. The first thing is, why DevOps on AWS? So you can use DevOps on any cloud service or even on your on-premise environment. So if you have a business running, you will have an on-premise environment. You might have an infrastructure for yourself. You can run it on it also. But why AWS DevOps? That we'll see moving on. So first, what is AWS DevOps? AWS DevOps is a set of developer tools which is provided by Amazon Web Services. This allows us to create a CI/CD pipeline from the scratch to the deployment stage, that is from the source. For example, a version control tool, maybe GitHub, maybe Azure repos, maybe AWS CodeCommit. So from the source stage till the deploy stage, we can do everything. It is the same as any DevOps tools, any DevOps lifecycle, or any DevOps process, but the tools are provided by AWS. And then, so why AWS for DevOps? What are going to be the benefits of using DevOps on AWS? So the first thing is fully managed services, guys. So we know why do we use a cloud service? Because we don't want to manage our tools or the VMs we have launched, the data we have stored. We don't want to manage it, or we don't have to install softwares on it. We don't have to do anything. It is all taken care by AWS. They take care of our infrastructure. So that is the first reason, guys, fully managed services. And then built for scale. Because AWS DevOps, you will be using it on existing services like EC2 or Lambda. So when you use on them, they already have a scaling feature within them. So obviously it is built for scale. So you can easily scale it up or down. And then programmable. You can write scripts, you can write shell scripts, you can create a program which you can implement inside AWS Developer Tools, which can actually impact your DevOps lifecycle. And then automation. So DevOps is mainly automation. So automation is one of the main reasons, and automation is available in everything like Azure DevOps, AWS DevOps, even in GCP. If you are implementing DevOps, automation will be available over there. Or if you manually use DevOps tools to create a DevOps lifecycle, even then automation is required. So DevOps main motive is automation. And then secure. Yes, AWS provides security and it is their first priority. And then pay as you go. Pay as you go model is that whatever you use, you only pay for that, nothing else. For example, you will launch a virtual machine using CodeDeploy. So that virtual machine is running for 2 hours and then it gets terminated. So you'll have to only pay for that 2 hours time. You don't have to pay for creating a virtual machine and running it. You don't have to pay a month's fee. You just have to pay the money for that particular 2 hours. So moving on. Now we've discussed what are the benefits of having DevOps on AWS. Now we'll see what are the tools provided by AWS. So these are the 4 tools provided by AWS, guys, and these are the most basic tools. There are still more tools for developing, but these are the 4 most basic tools for creating a DevOps lifecycle. So the first one is CodeCommit, and then Code Build, and then CodeDeploy and CodePipeline. So let us discuss them. Let's discuss these developer tools in detail now. So first let us discuss CodeCommit. So the name suggests that CodeCommit is a version control tool. It is like GitHub. So it is like Bitbucket. It is a version control tool, guys, but it is provided by AWS, and it also provides the same features GitHub provides or Bitbucket provides. You can do all of those stuff which is available over there, like committing, pull requests, merging branches. You can do all of it even using CodeCommit. You can also see over here CodeCommit allows 5 active users per month. So basically this is going to be your private repository. So it allows 5 users per month. For if you have a startup and you only have 5 members, you can actually use CodeCommit and you won't be charged even a single rupee. And also you will be given 50 GB of space every month. So for example, our repositories maybe maximum of a size of 1 MB or 2 MB, but 50 GB, they provide 50 GB of space for the repository, guys. And also 10,000 Git requests per month, like pull or push requests. So this is CodeCommit. It is a tool. It is like GitHub. It is like Bitbucket. It is the same kind of tool, but it is provided by AWS. And then AWS CodeBuild. So the name suggests that this tool is for building your application. So it provides a fully managed CI service, that is continuous integration service. It will compile your source code. You can run tests, you can run unit tests, and also provide software packages and store it in AWS S3 so that you can take out those packages and use it to deploy your application. So you can see here AWS CodeBuild, 100 build minutes. That is, if you run a build, it might run for 20 seconds. So like that, you can run any number of builds which come up to 100 build minutes. And also it runs using build.general 1.small compute type usage. So it runs with this, and for every month you get 100 build minutes free. Moving on, AWS CodeDeploy. This is one of the important service, guys. This service is used to deploy your application on any service you choose, like EC2 or Lambda. So it is an automated deployment tool which can deploy services like EC2, Lambda, Beanstalk. So even if you launch Beanstalk, it will be launched in an EC2 instance or Fargate, and also your on-premise setup. So these are the 4 benefits provided by AWS CodeDeploy. So first is automated deployments, and then minimize downtime, centralized control, and easy to adopt. So the first one is automated deployments. Is when you set it up, whenever there is a change in your repository, it automatically runs again, it builds your code again, and it gives it back. So that's what automated deployment means. It doesn't build and it stores, it actually deploys it again. Whenever there is a change in your code, it deploys and the change will be visible in your website. And then minimize downtime. So whenever the code is changed, it takes very less seconds. Your website will be down for maybe 1 to 2 seconds, and the change will be on your website, guys. So it minimizes the downtime. For example, when you do it manually, you will have to go to your system or your server where your website is launched, and you will have to change your code over there. When you do that, the downtime increases, but using CodeDeploy you can minimize that. So I'll show that in the demo, guys. And then centralized control, you can just use your command line interface of AWS or the management console, and you can control all of the operations happening in CodeDeploy, CodeCommit, and CodeBuild. And then easy to adopt, you can see works with any application, and same experience whether you are deploying it on EC2, AWS, or Lambda. That means if whatever service you are deploying it to, maybe EC2 or Lambda or Fargate or Elastic Beanstalk, it provides you the same UI with the same experience. So it doesn't change, it is the same thing, but the deployment environment is different. So this is CodeDeploy, guys. And then finally, AWS CodePipeline. So we are going to use CodePipeline. We can use CodePipeline to create a CI/CD pipeline, guys. We can use all those services to do that. So first thing, it is a continuous delivery tool. That's why it is called a CI/CD pipeline. So it is also fully managed by AWS. As I told you, that is one of the benefit. And also you can automate your website, or you can automate your application which is running on CodeDeploy. So when you create a pipeline, whenever there's a change in code, it automatically pushes it to CodeDeploy and the change will be made. So that's how you use CodePipeline, guys. You can see over here, take it as an example pipeline. You have some website over in your source, that is your GitHub. So you build it and you test it using some programs. So after testing it, you can give any number of stages. This is staging. This means you will be seeing this deployed, but you will be seeing it in a IP address which only you might see. You might have given the security group like that. But in production, when it gets deployed in production, then you can view your website using the IP address or the DNS name from any other computer, guys. So this is how you use AWS CodePipeline. And then, so you can see over here, easy to integrate AWS CodePipeline with GitHub or with your own custom plugin. So you can integrate GitHub and CodePipeline easily. You can just click on connect to GitHub. There is an option for that. Or you can use your own custom plugin, like you would have created something in Bitbucket or any other version control tool. You can even use that. And then also it is pay for what you use. It's the same thing, guys. And also there is no upfront costs or long-term commitments. So it is basically free. Whatever services you launch using it, for example, the EC2 instance, so those are charged, not these services like Pipeline or CodeDeploy. And also rapid delivery, which basically means whenever there is a change in your code and it is applied to the master branch, it will be applied to your website directly. And then configurable workflow. The workflow, you will have an UI. You can configure your workflow, how it should happen, which is the deployment server, which is the production server, which is the QA server, or you can mention builds or you can skip builds. So you can create a workflow for your own advantage and then get started fast. This basically means it's pretty easy. They have a lot of documentation, guys. You can just go on, create your own pipeline in no other than like half an hour. So it takes only that much time. And then it is easy to integrate. You can integrate AWS CodePipeline with any service. You can integrate with even Jenkins. So this is what they say, easy to integrate. So right now let us move on and let us create a CD pipeline using CodePipeline and CodeDeploy, guys. So let me open my GitHub repository.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
So this is the GitHub repository which I am going to use, guys. So you can see over here index.html, abspec.yml, readme. This is the readme file, and then I have some scripts. So first I'll show the index.html file. So it is basically a hello world HTML. And then the next thing, the most important thing is abspec.yml. So this is a YAML file. So what it does is, you can see over here, the source is index.html, destination is this. So this is where Apache 2 installs its index.html file, but we'll be deleting that file and launching our hello world application. So you can see here before install, script/install dependencies and script/server, start server. So I'll show that what actually is there. I'm going to scripts, install dependencies. So in install dependencies, you can see, guys, it updates the instance. After updating the instance, it will install Apache 2. And also, guys, in your script, make sure to provide -y. This means yes, because you cannot go inside and click enter yes. So whenever you provide -yes, it will automatically take the command as yes and it will install the whole software. So whichever software needs a yes, provide a -y, guys. So if you don't provide, it will fail. And then it will remove the index.html file in. So it will remove the index.html file in this location that will be created by Apache 2, and that will be the Ubuntu default page created by Apache 2, but I don't want that page to be launched. I want my page to be launched. That is my hello world page. So these are the stuff I wanted to show you. appspec.yml, I'll show why we need that, where it will be used. So now let us start off with our management console. So the first thing we'll be doing is we'll have to create a code deploy, guys. So I'll go to code deploy first, and also I'll open So if I go to code deploy, basically you can see all of this over here. You can see source, repositories. You can actually create a repository, guys. To create a repository is very simple. You can just provide a name, for example, website. And then if you want, you can provide a description, or you can just create. That's it. But one more thing, you cannot use your repository from your root account. You will have to use it from your IAM user, which you can create, but you cannot use it from your root account, guys. So I'm not going to use this. I'm directly going to use from my GitHub. So this is it's actually pretty simple. And then build is for as I told you, it is for building your application. But right now I'm launching my website, so I'm going to use only code deploy and code pipeline, guys. So first thing we'll have to do is we'll have to create a code deploy application. So let me click on application. So I already have one. So this is what I tried. So create application. The first thing it asks is your application name. So I'm going to provide it as web server and Apache 2. So web server Apache 2, this is going to be my application name, and here compute platform. This is the most important thing, guys, because here you can see EC2, then AWS Lambda and ECS. I'm not going to use Lambda or ECS. I'm going to use my EC2 instance. So you'll have to click on EC2 and then create application. You'll have to select it over there because we'll be creating a deployment group which will be targeting the EC2 instance which we mention using tags. If you want to use Lambda, you can choose that also, but I want to use my EC2 instance, guys. So now we'll have to create a deployment group. But to create a deployment group, we will need a EC2 instance. But currently I don't have an EC2 instance, guys. So because we'll have to mention EC2 instance over here, I'll have to mention my tag over here. So before moving on with creating a deployment group, I'll create a EC2 instance. So first, what is deployment group? So deployment group is it directs or it targets to which instance should this particular code deploy application should deploy the application to. That is the website. So deployment group. So let me create the EC2 instance first. Let me teach you how to do that, and also how to install code deploy agent in that, because without installing code deploy agent in your instance, you will not be able to use code deploy for your instance, any instance which you use. So I'm going to use a Ubuntu server, guys. So I'm going to EC2. So I think you would have learned how to launch an instance from our other videos which are available in our channel. So currently I'll not be explaining each and every step in creating an instance, but I'll teach how to create an instance which will benefit in using code deploy. So the first thing you'll have to do is you'll have to go to EC2 dashboard and then go to instances, click on launch instance, guys. So you can see over here, choose AMI. AMI is Amazon Machine Images. Basically this means the ISO file. That is, you can see this is Amazon Linux, this is Red Hat, this is SUSE Linux, this is Ubuntu, and also you'll be having Microsoft Windows. So you can choose any of this and launch the server. But I want a Ubuntu server, guys. I'm going to launch my website in my Ubuntu server. So I'll be selecting this. And then these are instance types. You can choose any instance, but I'm going to go with free tier eligible instance, t2.micro, which doesn't cost me any money up till 750 hours every month. So you can use this particular instance. You can run this instance for 750 hours every month. So I'm going to go with t2.micro. Next. And here number of instance, I just need one instance. And then one more thing, guys. This is the most important thing. You will have to include a IAM role. So why an IAM role? Because the code deploy agent should access your EC2 instance, and also the EC2 instance should be connected to your code deploy agent. So to give a connection between these two AWS services, you will have to attach an IAM role. I already have created an IAM role, guys. So I'm just going to go to EC2 CodeDeploy. If you don't have one, you can just go over here. I'll tell the basic how to create a role. So role, create role. You will have to choose the service which you are creating the IAM role for. So EC2, next permissions. And here you will have to provide CodeDeploy. So you can see Amazon EC2 role for CodeDeploy. You can just choose this and next you can provide a name over here and create the role, guys. So I already have created a role. So you can see over here EC2. So I already have created a role using that particular permission. So I have created, if you want you can create it. If you already have, you don't need to. So I have it, I chose the IAM role. And then also I'll have to enter user data. So what does user data mean? So basically user data is the commands or scripts which you want to run while the instance is being created. Once the instance gets created, these commands and these scripts will be automatically run. So we don't need to open the instance and run all of these. This will be automatically run if you enter the user data over here. So I have the user data over here, guys. You can see over here, basically it will update my instance. It will install Ruby. Actually Ruby is required for CodeDeploy. And then if you want, you can install wget, or wget is already available in your EC2 instances. And then I'm going to this location and there I'm going to install my CodeDeploy. After installing that, I'm just modifying my permissions, and after that I'm installing CodeDeploy, which got downloaded. After it gets downloaded, now I'm starting CodeDeploy, guys. After installing CodeDeploy, I'm going to start the CodeDeploy service. Only if it is started, then I can connect my EC2 instance and CodeDeploy. So I'll copy these and enter it in CodeDeploy, guys. That's it. So this is what we have to enter, and you can see over here it asks for, I've given -y. So basically -y means yes. So when you install Ruby, it basically asks yes. So providing -y doesn't affect that. It will provide yes automatically. So we've done all of the required things over here, and then adding storage, 8 GB is more than enough. And then you'll have to add a tag, guys. So to add a tag, hit on add tag. Then I want to, the key is going to be name, and my value is going to be web server. So this is going to be my value. Why I am creating this tag? Because I'm going to use this tag so I'll have to enter this tag over here so that this CodeDeploy identifies this particular instance, guys. So moving on, next, configuring security group. So already SSH is available, but I actually don't need to SSH into my instance. But right now I'm going to allow an HTTP rule, because I need HTTP because I'm launching a website, guys. My website needs HTTP. Without HTTP, my website will not be able to be seen using a URL, and also it can be seen from any IP address across the world. If they are using my IP address from any browser from anywhere in the world and through internet, they can see my website, guys. So reviewing and launching it. This is just for making sure if everything is right. So I'm good with it. And you'll have to choose the key pair, guys. If you already have a key pair, you can just choose the existing key pair and move on and click on launch instances. And now your instance has been launched. So you can just go to view instance. You can see my instance is being created right now. It's in pending state. So only if this is running. So right now I think I can see it over here. So right now I'll go back. And now let me start creating this deployment group. So my instance, let it get created. So my deployment group name is going to be web server deploy. So web server deploy 1. And one more thing, you'll have to enter a service role, guys. This service role allows this CodeDeploy to connect with EC2 and other services like S3 or whichever you mention. So I have this service role. You can also create a service role for CodeDeploy. So I showed you how to create a service role for EC2. So this shows how to create a service role for CodeDeploy, guys. And then let it be in place, and then environment configuration. In environment configuration, you will have to mention whether you're going to connect your auto scaling group or your individual EC2 instances or your on-premise instances. I'm going to connect my EC2 instance, which is running right now. It is initializing, guys. So right now, if I just hit name, and you can see many values, my value was capital W web and capital S server. So I'm going to choose that. So now you can see there is one matching instance. If I click here for details, you can see over here, and my instance is showing. So this is the instance and it is showing, so that I have connected this CodeDeploy group. So it is connected with this particular instance, guys. My deployment group targets to that instance. So now I'm good to go. And here you can see deployment settings, deployment configuration. So one at a time, half at a time, all at once. If you're having a lot of instances running, guys, sorry. If you have a lot of instances running, guys, you can provide half at a time. And after, for example, you have 10 instances, first 5 instances will run. After that, the next 5 instances will start. So if you provide one at a time, if you have 10 instances, first the first instance will get the website, and then the next, and then the next. So it will go one by one. After that, if you give all at once, all of the instances which you have provided, which you have mentioned, will get the website at the same time. So right now I have only one instance, so it doesn't matter if I choose any of these. I'm going to go with all at once. And I'm not using any load balancing, so I'm going to cancel that. And I'm creating my deployment group. So you can see additional settings. Actually, I don't have any alarms or triggers. So I'm just going to go with creating my deployment group. So here you can see I have created my deployment group, and also there is an edit option. Sorry guys. So you can edit it or delete it, or you can create a deployment from here. But I'm not going to create a deployment from here, guys. I'm going to create a pipeline which will do that for me automatically. So if I create a deployment from here, every time I'll have to come to CodeDeploy and click on create deployment. I'll have to click on that button, which will create a new deployment every time I change my GitHub code or code in any repository, guys. So instead of doing that, I can just create a pipeline which will do that automatically for me. So right now we've created an application and it has a deployment group, guys. So we are good with that. We've learned how to create a CodeDeploy application and a deployment group, and also how to connect a EC2 instance with CodeDeploy. So you can see it's still initializing because we've run some commands. So those commands will be running inside. Normally it doesn't take this much time. So right now it's running. So that's okay, guys. So next, CodePipeline. So only using CodePipeline, we're going to connect our GitHub and CodeDeploy. So whenever there is a change in GitHub, so it will be available in our instance. So right now I already created a pipeline which succeeded, and right now I'm going to create a new pipeline for my new CodeDeploy application. So first thing, I'll have to provide a name. I'm going to provide web server pipe. So it will create a role. So it needs a role. It needs a service role, and it will create it automatically. We don't need to create it again and again. And then advanced settings, just click on default location and default AWS management key. Basically, default location means the artifacts, that is the data which will be stored while we run this. That data will be stored in this bucket. So the data will be stored in code line US East 1 and this number. So it will be stored in this S3 bucket, guys. So that is default location. If you have any other bucket where you want to store your artifacts, you can provide it in custom location. And then next, now you'll have to choose your source provider. My source provider is GitHub. So I'm choosing GitHub. and the first thing it asks is connect to GitHub. So I'll have to click on it. It takes me and it connected with my GitHub account because I have already logged in. And then repository, I'll have to choose the repository which I have to deploy. So my website is in this repository, which is also called website. So I'm just going to click on it. And branch, I have only one branch, that is master, and then next. So I don't need a build, guys. Actually, this is a website. There is nothing to be built. It is a HTML page. There is nothing to be built, so I don't need to worry about building. So I'm going to skip build stage. So now you will have to deploy. You will have to click on a deploy provider. So you can see over here there are various deployment options. You can choose Amazon S3 and launch this website as a static website. You can choose Amazon ECS. You can choose Alexa skill sets. You can choose OpsWorks, even Elastic Beanstalk, and then Cloud Formations also. But right now, as we are doing code deploy and code pipeline, I'm going to choose code deploy because I already have a code deploy application. So I'm clicking on it. You'll have to choose the region where we created. My code deploy is in North Virginia, so I'm good to go. If I click on this, it should show all of the code deploy applications available in the region. You can see over here web server Apache and a web server Apache 2. So mine is web server Apache 2. I'll have to choose that. And then deployment group, I have only one deployment group. I'm choosing it and moving on next. So this is again same thing, basic stuff. It asks you to review it. You can review it if you want, or you can just move on. So right now let me see my instance is running. So currently if I see, so there is nothing available, guys. So let me run this pipeline. So let me create this pipeline. So if I create this pipeline, what do you expect will be available? So there will be an UI with two things, that is the source stage and the deploy stage. So congratulations, the pipeline web server pipe has been created. So you can see source. My source is GitHub and it is in progress. Once it gets succeeded, then it will move on to deploy stage. And you can see over here, you can edit this. You can add more stages, that is more source over here. You can add more deployment stages over here, but I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to, because I have already created. So right now GitHub has been succeeded. My code has been properly taken. So it took merge branch master from this particular GitHub repository. So right now code deploy is running, guys. So I'll go to details. Let us check whether this succeeds or not. Only if this gets succeeded, then my website will be available. So you can see, oh, my code deploy got succeeded. So right now if I go here, you can see all the events happened and also whether it is succeeded or not. If any of this was not succeeded, for example, if this gets failed, so you will see the error code over here, and if you click on that error code, it will take you to a log page which will show what error is available in your code. So you can use that to debug your application. So you can see over here, succeeded, before install succeeded. So before install took 13 seconds. Why? Because in my app.spec.yaml file, you can see before install will install dependencies, and also it will start the server. So as it already showed you in my scripts, so install dependencies will update my application once again, my instance once again. It will install Apache 2. It will also remove the HTML page, index.html page within this location, because I want to launch my application, guys. So then start server will start my Apache 2 service. So only if the Apache 2 service is started, then I'll be able to see my website. So right now, as my pipeline is succeeded, I should see my website, guys. If I go over here, if I choose my IP or my DNS name, if I go over here and hit. So right now you can see hello world to Intellipaat. This is the website which is currently running, guys. So I'll go and show over here index.html, and you can see hello world to Intellipaat. So right now, as I told you, this pipeline should automatically execute whenever there is a change in the master branch. So because that is what we mentioned, whenever there is a change in the master branch in this repository, this pipeline should automatically run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change few values over here. So I'm going to just change to hello world, and then I'm going to commit my changes to master branch. So once I commit my changes, if I go over here, it should automatically start. So it is currently in progress because I have changed my code. After some time, you can see there will be a commit ID, the commit, which commit it took will be present over here. Once it succeeds, that change will be implemented in my code deploy agent. That is my EC2 instance automatically, guys. You can see source update index.html because this is my latest commit. This is the latest commit ID which it took. So you can see it's running, guys. So right now, hello world to Intellipaat. So now it changed to hello world. So this gets succeeded and this changed to hello world, and you saw there was no downtime over here. So this is why you use a DevOps pipeline. This is how you create a pipeline using CodeDeploy and your version control tool. So whenever there is a change happening in your version control tool, whenever there is a change happening here, so whenever there is a change happening in your version control tool, that is this change when it is committed in the master branch, once it is committed in the master branch, this pipeline will automatically detect the change happened in your GitHub. It will take the latest commit made and it will run it once again. Once it succeeded, once it is properly run, then it provides the code to CodeDeploy. So CodeDeploy right now will download the contents of this particular GitHub repository. It will store in some location. We do not know where exactly it stores it. It stores it in some location. It will copy the index.html file into /var/www/html. So only if the index.html is available in that particular location, it will be taken by Apache 2 server, guys. So you can see this is how you create a code pipeline and using CodeDeploy and GitHub. So we've learned how to do this. So right now, let me recap all of the stuff we learned in this session, guys. And after that, we'll end this session. So the first thing, I'll go to the slides once again. I'll come from the beginning. I'll just go quick. So first thing, what is AWS? It is a cloud provider. It's the number one cloud provider in the world. So many Fortune 500 companies are using it, and it provides you a lot of services with a lot of benefits. And also you have a pay-as-you-go method. That is, you'll only have to pay for the time you have consumed those services. And then what is DevOps? DevOps is a methodology. It is a union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. So it is basically providing value continuously to our end users without reducing the downtime and also increasing the deployment speeds. And then introduction to AWS DevOps. So basically it is using DevOps principles on AWS, and there are few developer tools which is used to do that. And then why AWS for DevOps? Because fully managed services, you can scale easily, programmable, and then automation. You can automate your entire company's process, and then it is secure. And also, as I said already, it is pay as you go. And then we saw all of these 4 services: CodeCommit, CodeBuild, CodeDeploy, and CodePipeline. And then, so we saw these 2 tools. And here we learned how to create a CodeDeploy application and also how to create a CodeDeploy deployment group. So using CodeDeploy, we created a deployment group which basically targets to a particular instance. And then CodePipeline. So we use the version control tool GitHub and also CodeDeploy to create a pipeline so that whenever there is a change made in my GitHub, so whenever there is change made there, it will send that changed code to CodeDeploy, so that change will be available in my instance also, so that it will reduce downtime and the change will be automatically made in my website. So right now you can see over here, so this is my This also I explained rapid delivery. You can configure your workflows. It is very easy to start, and also you can integrate it with many of those version control tools or other tools like Jenkins, and also you can connect it with Elastic Beanstalk or EC2 or S3. So you can connect it with other AWS services also. And then finally, we learned how to create a CI/CD pipeline. And so this is what we learned. We created an instance, we created a deployment group, and after that, we created a code pipeline using the source from my GitHub repository and the deploy as my CodeDeploy application, which has a deployment group which targets to this instance, guys. So after that, when we ran everything, everything ran successfully. So my website got changed whenever I changed my code in my GitHub repository also. So this is how you create a CI/CD pipeline, guys.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what are the key benefits of implementing continuous testing in software development? Option A, faster development without testing phases. Option B, reduced cost of software development. Option C, early detection of defects leading to higher software quality. And option D, elimination of the need of user feedback. Please do mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps, make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
So let's take it up. So what are the things required to play a DevOps role? Now, let's take it up, guys, here. So what are the prerequisites required to perform these activities, AWS DevOps activities? Suppose you want to play like a DevOps engineer or DevOps architect, for example. So what are the major things you should know that are prerequisites, I can say. So what are those? So one thing, okay, always I'll recommend Linux administration. You should understand the basics of Linux administration part, how to manage your servers, how to install packages, how to create a users, how to check the memory. You have to maintain the servers up and running. Ensure that firewalls are enabled, security things are enabled. And whatever activity you want to perform there, you should be able to perform. Creating a user, creating a group, creating a files, changing the configurations, whatever, right? It's going to be take it up. Okay. One more important one is we need a cloud. In this case, I can say AWS cloud. Generally, if you take a general DevOps, if you pick it up, you can take it up any cloud, not an issue. But in our case, we are going to use an AWS cloud. So I can say AWS cloud is important, like basics. What is computing? What is networking? What is storage? What is monitoring? What is database? Okay, how IAM role is going to work? How you are going to authenticate it? What is the containers? What is the Kubernetes? Yes or not, guys? So these are all stuff you should understand in AWS. How you are going to create the resources in AWS. That is basic stuff. Okay. Another one is not only these two. You need little programming language as well. Exactly. Services in AWS. At least basic levels you should understand what is the terminology and all. Okay. Great. That is one thing. Next one is, can anyone help me? What else required as a DevOps engineer to automate it, your infrastructure or configuration or deployments or application startup and anything? Can you think of it? It's a little basic programming, guys. This is also very, very important, guys. So these three are important, are pillars of AWS DevOps. Even single one you don't know much, then you cannot able to perform very well going forward. Okay, so don't think that you have to know now itself, but going forward, so you have to focus on these three areas. So programming language, you can take it up anything. You can take a Python, you can take a Java, you can take a .NET, or you can take a shell scripts, Anything you can find, take it up. Okay, so as part of the Linux administration itself, it will come even shell script also will come into the picture. And one more important. Now, let's take it up another one. Okay, so you people know about the what is DevOps. Am I correct? So can anyone give me a few points on DevOps? Some keywords I want to hear from you people. What is DevOps? So why we are going to use a DevOps practice for an application launching? One is automation, nice. Migration. Migration also you can consider like migration to on-prem to say cloud. That is also being, you can take it up 1 point. Migration from, that's right. Okay, this is one thing. It is a process where developments and operations are done simultaneously. Very good. And it's going to complement agile practice or agile methodology. Agree? It's going to complement the agile process. And it's a collaboration. Very good. It's indirectly a collaboration between the teams, operation team and development team and testing team, architect team, all those stuff. Collaboration. And what else? Okay, it's going to be a continuous integration, continuous deployment, continuous testing, continuous monitoring. And even we can say security also we can consider. Yes or not, guys? Security is also a top priority. So we have to consider security. You have to automate the security as well, whatever possibility will be there. You don't want to compromise on security. And what is there as part of the CI/CD, CT, and continuous monitoring, guys? Can you give me a few points on continuous integration? What is going to be there here? What kind of activities you are going to perform on continuous integration? So what is a continuous integration? Yeah, Vignesh, deployments will come into the picture here in the continuous deployment, right? Continuous deployment. Very good. If you want to deploy a new feature or if you want to launch a new application, yes, we are going to build it here. And we are going to run the test cases, unit level test cases, right? Right? So we are going to build and test, and even we are going to manage the version control system as well. Agree? So you are going to enable version control system plus continuous integration tools, example, Jenkins. You can use any tool, not a matter. But I can say Jenkins is one example, right? Version control system is nothing but a Git. GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure Repo, CodeCommit, all those stuff. Nice, Vignesh. So Jenkins, nothing but a continuous integration tools and even quality tools. Code quality tools also we are going to use it here. And the security tools also we can able to use it here. Integration. Agree, guys? So that's what we are going to build and test. Both activities we are going to perform here. Build and test and scan, even scan also. Something if it is issue, then we can able to catch it up. We don't want to face any issues once we deploy into the production. Agree, guys? So to do these activities and even storage, you have to store it. You have to manage an Artifactory. Am I right, guys? You should maintain a storage also. So nothing but Artifactory tools we're going to use it. Artifactory tools. Correct. Yeah, we'll take it up. We'll take the break time. No issue, Ritesh. Okay. Yeah. That is one thing. Okay. So these are the tools we are going to use it. Artifactory tools. So if you have this, nothing but you can able to take the code from the developers. You're going to build it. Nothing but you have to compile the code and you have to create you have to bundle your application or package your application and scan your application, run the test cases, like a JUnit test cases and all. And then you just go to upload into the Artifactory. And apart from that, what else tools we can use it? Even we can use build tools also. Yes, sir, guys. Yes, sir, not guys. Build configuration tools, like example, Maven, .NET, MS Build, right? NPM. Packaging the code with the zip files, Docker images. So we are all, these are all we are going to perform as part of the continuous integration. Very good. So now you are ready to launch an application, but your application code is ready now. You're packaged. Now you need to launch it. Okay. Once you package it, what you have to do, as part of the continuous deployment, you're going to deploy an application. Okay. If I want to deploy an application, what is required, guys? So what is required? Can you think of it? Continuous deployment, servers configuration. Okay. We need a platform to deploy. You have a players now. So we need a ground. So you have to create a ground here, nothing but indirectly. There is nothing but a servers. So what kind of servers I can able to create it? One is, can I use it EC2 instance, guys? Or RDS instance? Agree? Yes, very good. EC2 instance, RDS. Any other? ECS? ECS clusters, we can use it. Or EKS clusters. I'm just taking only AWS. EKS clusters. We can take it up DDB, DynamoDB, another database, whatever you want. And load balancers and certificates, ACM, AWS, certificate managers. What else? Can think of it. So many, right? So whatever services are there and whichever is required for your application, we can able to, yes, we are going to launch those services. Exactly. EC2, EKS, RDS, even Lambda. Am I right? Even you can say Lambda. Very good. There are so many will be there. S3 buckets, we can use it to store your content. Am I right? S3 bucket also, we're just going to use it. Right. Very good, Rakesh. So to create all these stuff, right? To create all these resources, so we need, so this is nothing but AWS. This is an AWS platform. We are going to use it, for example. But how you are going to create these resources? How you are going to create, because we are going to manage multiple environments. Am I correct? We are going to create a dev account, stage account, prod account, right? Pre-prod environments. We're just going to manage multiple environments as well. This we call it as what? Environments. Cool. So to do this activity, what we need? We need, what is required, guys? We need some automation tool. That is, we call it as infrastructure as a code concept. Agree? Everyone? Right? We're going to use one concept called, to create all at a time, all these resources in automated fashion. We just going to use it infrastructure as a code. I think we have a head somewhere, right? Infrastructure as a service, infrastructure platform as a service, software as a service. Now, infrastructure as a code, Jenkins job as a code, right? Docker image as a code with a Docker file. Like that, we're going to take it up. Same way, if you have a infrastructure as a code, you can use any tool, no matter, but should maintain a desired state. Should maintain a desired state. I don't want to create extra resources, and should manage all the resources with single templates or single configuration. I don't want to go manually to edit something. Agree, guys? So that is very required. So what I can use it in this scenario, guys? If it is a AWS, yes, very good. So we can use CloudFormation templates. Am I correct? CloudFormation templates, or you can go for Terraform if you want to go with a declarative approach. If you want to use a DSL. What is a DSL, guys? I hope you learned about Ansible, Terraform, Puppet kind of stuff, right? So what is a DSL? Can anyone help me? Domain specific language. Nothing but it is derived from the different language, or it is developed with a different language, like a core language like Python, Ruby, Golang. If you take a Terraform as an example, it used backend is Python. Golang. Terraform is Golang. Exactly. And the CFN is, I believe it is Python. I'm not pretty sure, but it is going to be a Python in the backend. Good. Right. And even if you want to go with a programmatical way, what I can use it, guys? Sometimes it's not possible to create through templates like CFN and Terraform. So what I can use it? Right, very good. Python SDK, nothing but Boto 3. Nice. Python Boto 3, we can able to use it. And what else? Okay, we can use even other languages also we can use it. Any other languages SDKs you can use it. Java language SDK and the TypeScript, Golang, anything you can use it. Okay, that's fine. But you have to write it code. You have to manage the logic. Is that clear, guys? Very good. So that is Python, Boto 3, or you can use other languages. And even you can go with a CLI. Am I correct? Even we can take it up with what? AWS CLI commands. That but we can use like a shell scripts. Through shell script also we can able to take it up. Am I correct? By using AWS CLI commands, you can able to run it, or you can able to create it, you can able to manage it. You can list it, you can create it, you can update it. But it's going to be create a resource with a single resources, not all at it. You have to write a shell script. So little effort is required. But if you take a first two options, it will be easy and will be maintained perfectly with the desired state. Agree, guys? Okay. So these are the infrastructure as a code. We can take it up and we can able to create a resources. For example, I have an on-prem servers. Okay. And even I don't want to, multiple times I don't have any permissions to delete and create my resources in AWS. For example, I'm using EC2 instances for production, for example. Okay. There are hundreds of resources we have created in AWS EC2 instances. Okay. Using AWS EC2 instances. But I need to update something on top of it, guys. Like I need to create a users. Like I need to deploy into the servers. Or I need to patch it something on top of it. So like a security patches and all. So I want to update some configuration on these target servers, like a computing services like AWS EC2 instance. So can anyone help me how to execute some code on the remote side? Okay, so scripting is necessary, like a bash scripting. Shell scripting and all. Okay, yes. Shell scripting works for you like a configuring the something remote side, but you have to go and you have to copy the content and execute it, right? But I don't want to copy my script over there. Automated way, remote execution I need. Am I right, guys? Remote execution is required. I want to sit my local machine and I want to configure all the servers, 100 or 1000 or whatever servers. If I do manually, it will take a lot of time. So we just going to use a configuration management tools. Agree? These are the things we're just going to use it. Configuration management tools. So that is nothing but Ansible. Any other tools? Puppet, Chef. You may be heard about. Right? Chef also. Maybe you heard about somewhere. What else? Okay, Docker is for your platform. Just in place of EC2, you're just going to use a Docker instances. Okay, so what else? So one more, it is also there, Salt Stack. Maybe you heard about somewhere, right? Salt Stack. So these are all configuration management tools. Okay, so one more is also there, guys. In AWS, same kind of tool, if you want to perform on AWS EC2 instances automatically through script, okay, in the target missions, you can use even System Manager. You can check it out whenever you get some time. AWS System Manager, you can try. Check it out. What is that? What is AWS System Manager? Read about this. You can use ChatGPT or any place, not an issue. Ultimately, you have to get the learning, right? So System Manager, what is an AWS System Manager? You can try. So these are all the things we can take it up. If it is on-prem servers, if it is a static resources, if you want to configure something, yes, we can use it. This option. So cool. Okay, this is one thing we can take it up. And of course, we're going to create a resources, right? What are the different types of resources I can use it? One is virtual machines, we can use it. We can use Lambda functions if it is an API-based services. or you can use it in Docker containers. Yes or not, guys? So that is nothing but, what is that? ECS. EKS also we can use it. Even this Docker, you can use it on top of the virtual machine also, you can able to configure it. Agree this point? We can launch our services, we can take it up through Docker. So what is the difference between Docker and virtual machines? Yeah, try to find it. What is the difference between? Okay, the question is, what is the difference between Docker and virtual machines? So why we are going to use a Docker? Is already virtual machines are there, like EC2 instances. Why we need a Docker containers? So why these things are required? Docker containers. Can anyone give me a few points? Okay, to run the services, run the applications, but even I can able to run through EC2. Agree? Even I can able to run through EC2. I can go into the EC2, I'll install some packages and I can launch in my application. Lightweight application. Isolating the software configuration. Virtualizing the operating system. Docker containers are lightweight services. If you take a virtual machine, it's going to be huge expensive compared to the containers. So the containers, you can able to do it on top of virtual machines or through clusters. Very good. So lightweight services. If you have a microservices, suppose your application is divided into hundreds of microservices. Okay, hundreds of microservices. Then in that scenario, how can you deploy? If I go with the EC2 instance, I have to create 100 EC2 instances. Am I right, guys? If I have 100 microservices, then in the sense, 100 virtual machines I have to create it if I go with the legacy approach. Right. Zero downtime microservices. Technology agnostic. Am I right? So technology can use anything, and any technology can use it. You can use different technologies also for each and every microservice. You can use Java, you can use .NET, you can use .npm, you can use Node.js, you can use TypeScript for each and every different microservices, because each and everything is an independent unit, independent service. Only at the runtime can be connected each other, can be communicated with the web services or communicated with the messaging services. There is no tightly coupled approach. It is a loosely coupled approach. Microservices, nothing but. So if you have a loosely coupled approach, you can deploy anywhere. So, and it's going to be take a lightweight, nothing but light. It won't use much capacity, like a CPU, memory, and all. So that's the reason we just going to use a Docker containers. And that Docker containers should be managed like a team management. Instead of individual team members, we can combine. We will work like a team. So here also, we're just going to take a clusters. I hope you already know about what is Docker Swarm, what is Kubernetes, what is Mesos, how these are deployed in AWS or launched here, like EKS clusters, AKS clusters, OpenShift, right? And Mesos, Apache Mesos, all these are all the clusters to deploy. So those things, those are nothing but ultimately you are going to launch your clusters to deploy your microservices. So project to project, it will be varies. You may use virtual machines, you may use Lambda, you may use Docker, you may use individual Dockers, it may be ECS and EKS and all. We can. Hope it is clear. It's clear, right? So nothing but ultimately we need a one platform. It may be a pool of EC2 instances or cluster of EC2 instances with the EKS cluster or ECS clusters. And even Elastic Beanstalk also you can use it, managed service. Maybe you heard about somewhere. Can you read about what is that? Elastic Beanstalk. Can you spend 1 minute? Can you search it out your way? What is Elastic Beanstalk in AWS? Yes. Okay. Storage uses. Can you check it out? No, that is Elastic Block Storage. That is EBS volumes. That's what I'm saying now. Elastic Beanstalk. This is different. You're talking about EBS volumes. That is, we are going to attach to EC2 or containers. I'm talking about Elastic Beanstalk. Is it a AWS platform as a service or a managed service? Managed service. Yeah, no problem. Just check it out. What is that about? Why we are going to use it? Correct. It is used to deploy web applications. Nothing but ready-made platform. So we are going to get a ready-made platform. You need not to worry about to create a servers and launching something, configuring something, blah, 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 not required to maintain. Just create it and you deploy it your content over there. That's all. Automatically application will come up. That is we call as a elastic bean stack. So that is a ready-made platform. That is we call as a platform as a service or managed service. That is one thing. Okay, virtual machines, Lambda, Docker, and all we can take that. Okay, very good. So now we have all these stuff. So these all we consider like a continuous deployment tool. But what I need, okay, I just talked about we need some services and we need to maintain different accounts or different resources with a dev account, stage account, production account, pre-prod account in AWS. Okay, and infrastructure as a code and configuration management tools. And even we can able to go with what? Pipelines. So to run this infrastructure as a code, Ansible commands, system manager commands, anything, we can able to take it up through pipelines. That is just like how it's going to be taken with Jenkins, right? The same way we can able to use it here also. Integrated tool or deployment tools. These are all configurations and creation of them. Somebody need to invoke this CloudFormation templates. Somebody need to run the Ansible command, automated fashion. So for that case, we just go to use a CD tools. We'll talk about this one in little detail in the next, after this continuous testing and continuous monitoring. Example, you can use CodePipelines, CodeDeploy, Jenkins, Conkers, Spinnaker, right? Argo CD. So these kind of tools, we can use it to deploy on top of your platform. But you need to deploy your Docker images. You need to deploy your WAR files. You need to deploy your zip files into the S3 bucket. So these all activities who is going to perform whenever some code changes happen in a GitHub or in a Bitbucket. So somebody need to perform. That is nothing but a CD tools. Okay, guys. Okay, you can use continuous integration, continuous deployment. Both are same tools. Both can be the same tool also, or different tools. That's your choice. Good. That is one. Can anyone help me? What is a continuous testing? So why we need a continuous testing? So why is required a continuous testing? To see if the application is stable or not, or error prone or not, functionality wise it's working as expected or not, right? Functionality testing, regression testing, health check, up and running or not, functioning or not, or performing as expected or not with huge volumes. So lot of different types of test cases we are going to perform. Yes, sir. We're just going to perform different types of test cases. That can be a functional testing, UI testing, regression testing, performance testing, load testing, all these stuff we are just going to take it up, sanity testing and all. But that happened automatically. I don't want to go manual approach because I have 1,000 test cases, 1,000 scenarios I have to test my application. So 1,000 test cases, if I want to run it, if I do manually, it will take a lot of time. And I want a repetitive testing. Ultimately, what is the goal? Yes, Kailash, you said correct, right? So ultimately, defect-free code I need to deliver into the production, right? So that's the point about it. We will even, I'll take it up some practical as well, but just you have to understand the concept. If not, then no use. If it goes straight away in the practical, am I right? Yes. If you understand, you can say yourself itself, you can do that later part of time. Okay? Yeah, don't know. We'll take it up that part. Now, continuous testing, right? We need to do that testing without any, I want to deliver my application without 0 defects. So what we have to do? So ultimately, you should take it up test cases as a code concept. Yes or no? Test cases as a concept. So if you have a test cases with a code, it may be a Java, it may be a Python, it can be anything, .NET or anything, we should be able to run those test cases repetitively. And ultimately, I need to run 100% test cases fast. 100% code coverage is done. All the scenarios thoroughly tested. All the volumes, huge volumes or expected volumes are tested thoroughly. So that even infrastructure level as well, and even functionality level also should work as expected. Now what you need? So test cases as a code, we take it out and we should be able to run those test cases. So here also, we may use continuous integration tools or continuous deployment tools, and you have to work on it on top of it. Example, Selenium, maybe you heard about, right? Selenium is one example you can take it. Clear, guys? So you should be able to run the Selenium test cases. Is this going to be run on EKS cluster through pipelines, or in a EKS or ECS, or in your virtual machines, wherever you want, you should be able to take that those points. Good. Now, last point, guys, continuous monitoring. So ultimately, you should be able to identify that is there any issue in our server side, infrastructure side, or application side. And we should be able to monitor it. Very good. So you may use Nagios, you may use, right? Say CloudWatch is one of the example, right? So CloudWatch is one, or you can take it up application monitoring also, not only infra monitoring. So you can use different tools, infra point of view, Datadog, AppDynamics, Dynatrace, OP5. Am I right? There are so many. But if you take AWS as an example, yes, CloudWatch is one. And application monitoring, guys, what is the difference between infra monitoring and application monitoring? Can you guess it? What is the difference between application monitoring and infra monitoring? Right? We are going to use a ELK. Or if you take a AWS, for example, OpenSearch. Have you heard about Elasticsearch? OpenSearch, right? Monitoring application logs as well. Your functionality working as expected or not. If it is failed something test case, you can get to know, you can monitor it with the ELK. Or you may use Splunk also. You may be heard about somewhere. Am I correct? Splunk also, we can use it. So Nagios, CloudWatch, Datadog, third-party tools, third-party vendors, and even ELK, Elastic Cloud, Prometheus, very good. Here, Prometheus. CloudTrail is for activity purpose. Yeah, that is also one kind of monitoring only, but activity monitoring, right? What activity you are doing as part of the cloud and AWS, you can check it. Okay, Prometheus and Grafana. Grafana is for presentation purpose. Cool. These are the things we just going to use it. Is that clear, everyone? Till now, what we have discussed. This is about like a DevOps point of view. So what you are going to do that, you're going to monitor, you're going to concentrate on these CI/CD, CD, continuous monitoring tools and services, plus security and cost management. Of course, platform management also. The platform management through happen through Terraform or CFN templates, you can use it. Ultimately, you have to explore more on each and every service, whichever is required for your application, and you have to explore, you have to develop the POCs. And if you're okay, then develop a templates. Then those templates you have to deploy. Cool, guys. Nice. These are all we just going to use it. Makes sense. Ultimately, these all things are you have to use it. So to do all these activities in an automated fashion, so we have to use some DevOps tools or developer tools in AWS. We can go with what? Native tools. So these are all just like we have discussed generic way. You can go over even third-party tools like Jenkins, Nexus repository, Kubernetes services. All those things you can use it. But I want to use AWS native tools. I'm using AWS platform for my application. I want to use even DevOps point of view also. I want to use AWS DevOps tools. Nothing but native AWS tools, I want to use it. So there are so many will be there. If you come down here, okay, see services. Can you have a look, guys? Developer tools. So these are all different. I mean, nothing but these are all helps to DevOps engineer. Whoever is going to work on an AWS to create automated way to perform something, yes, these are all the tools it can be used. App config, application composer, Cloud9, Cloud Shell, Code Artifact, Code Build, Amazon Code Catalyst, Code Commit, and Code Deploy. But out of that, simple other stuff are newly added stuff, but widely, if you want to deploy quickly your application, one thing required code commit, code build, code deploy, code pipelines. Okay, guys, these are the 4 tools we should be able to explore. And apart from that, if you want to run it your CloudFormation templates, if you want to run your Docker commands, if you want to run your Terraform commands, how you are going to perform through code pipelines, that also we need to explore it. So if you take it up a continuous integration point of view, so these three going to be used. If you take a continuous integration, code commit, code build, code pipeline. If you take a continuous deployment, you can use code commit and code deploy and code pipeline. Okay, even you can use it code artifact also. That is your choice. Do you want to use code artifact or you want to use Nexus repository? That's your choice. Same like a Nexus repository, JFrog Artifactory. Maybe you heard about that. Or else, if it is a Docker containers, then what I can use it, guys? If I want to keep my images in a storage in AWS, so what service is going to help us? If I use a Docker register, I can use it. But if I take AWS, what service I should use it to keep my images, Docker images in AWS? So which service you are going to use to keep your Docker images? ECR, Elastic Container Registry. Even you can use third party, even you can use Docker registry, but whichever is you mean when you felt it is secure, right? ECR. So nothing but you can use, automatically your code deploy going to use your ECRs or code pipelines going to talk with the ECR, going to talk with the CFN, going to talk with the EKS cluster, going to talk with the Elastic Beanstalk, going to talk with the ECS clusters to launch your applications on top of it. Makes sense, guys? Okay, now let's see how we can take it up this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, why is AWS a popular choice for DevOps implementation? Option A, because it offers free DevOps tools for all the users. Option B, because AWS is the only cloud provider that supports DevOps. Option C, because AWS provides a wide range of cloud services and tools that facilitates DevOps practices. And option D, because AWS specializes in application development and doesn't cater to DevOps needs. Please do mention your answer in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
Have a look, guys, what we are going to talk about. So you people already know what is an AWS. It's a platform as a service. Platform, we can create it. Already what is DevOps, we know that. Simple stuff, right? It's not a big deal. What is an AWS means? It's offering something. Cool. And what is DevOps also? That's what we just discussed in these points. These are the life cycles. See, DevOps is a union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of values to our end users. Plan. Right. Exactly. Okay. But if you take a certifications, right? So automatically in the AWS DevOps, you're going to use even supported tools. See, not only, this is just, we are talking about CI/CD pipelines in our case, Binay. Okay. So whatever you learn in AWS course, that you have to integrate. That you are going to use it as part of this course. That's the meaning. If you take it separately, AWS DevOps, I mean, general certification, if you pick it up, there they're going to ask even other tools, I mean, other services like EKS clusters, ECS clusters, EC2 instance, or CloudWatch, OpsWorks. So these all will come into the picture. Those we are already touched upon, right? So that's the point. That's the way it is designed here. Is that clear, guys? And everyone. Very good. We're just touching like how to deploy your application. Whatever service you are going to use it, those services you're integrating with the DevOps practice tools. Make sense? That's the point about it. Okay, now here. So AWS DevOps. Same thing. Can you read about it? Now, you can understand it. AWS DevOps is a set of developer tools which allows the user to create a CI/CD pipeline from the source to the deploy stage. Understand now? You have to deploy your application. Everything through pipeline only, CI/CD pipeline. AWS DevOps is a set of developer tools which allows the user to create a CI/CD pipelines. So nothing but we should able to create a pipelines. Just simple, I can say, whatever we have done in the Jenkins, we're just going to perform through code pipelines, guys. Nothing else. You're using alternative tool, nothing but an AWS native tool. So project to project, it will be varies. You may use Jenkins or maybe some other tools or maybe AWS native tools or maybe Azure DevOps tools, anything. Make sense? Perfect. Now let's see how we are just going to take it up. So what is the advantage? Yes, we have discussed, right? So we are going to use some set of tools, but you have to maintain those tools if I go with a third party or open source tools. Agree, guys? If I go with the enterprise tools or if I go with the open source tools, you have to maintain your infrastructure to create those servers or those tools. Ansible, Puppet, Jenkins. Am I right? Docker. You have to maintain the infrastructure. But the advantage is what? If I go with the AWS DevOps, you need not to worry about the maintenance part. Only you're going to pay for computing resources. They won't charge anything for this AWS DevOps tools. So whatever computing resources you are going to use it for these tools, you have to pay for that, nothing else. But if I go with the Jenkins other stuff, you have to maintain the Jenkins with enterprise servers license, plus you have to maintain the server as EC2 instance or on-prem servers. So a little expensive there. And you have to maintain, you have to update something, you have to maintain Jenkins upgradations and all. But in this case, nothing. Everything is AWS service, AWS managed service. So that's what it is, the first point. Fully managed services. Clear, guys? Fully managed services and built for scale. So there is no limitation, guys. You can run hundreds of jobs, hundreds of pipelines, hundreds of executions continuously, parallelly. Because AWS is providing that kind of infrastructure to run your pipelines. You need not to worry about what environment you require, what configuration is required. Just write a code and run it. That's all. So that's the reason it is useful and programmable. They're even providing programmable approach. Like what you can write a code to deploy whatever activity you want. You want to build an application, you want to run a set of commands, you want to run a set of test cases, you want to run Docker commands, you want to run some other commands, you can able to do that through programmatical approach. You're going to provide a facility to keep your code over there, to run, to keep your commands over there. That is nothing but a code build, code deploy, some other integrations like a cloud formation, etc. Right? I hope it is clear now. 1, 2, 3 points. fully managed service, built for scale. That's what you can scale nothing, but you need not worry about the scaling part. If I take a Jenkins as an example, right? I should be able to maintain Jenkins agents. You should be able to add Jenkins agents either manually, either dynamically. You have to configure it, but you're not required. And the fourth point is automation. Nothing but you can able to run number of stages with a single pipeline or multiple pipelines. Same like in Jenkins, how you are going to create a multiple stages, either sequential, either parallel approach. Here also we can able to do that in a better fashion. So ultimately, we don't want to compromise any security, right? So we're just going to restrict it. We can able to integrate with IAM rules. These tools also, I mean, these all services can be integrated with IAM, with the restricted access. You can enable the permissions to access some other resources, resource-based IAM roles also, you can able to enable it. It's not meaning you can give any permissions to any other resource. No, you can able to restrict also. That is as part of the best practice. We just going to use IAM roles as well. And sixth point, paying as we use it. So if you take a Jenkins as an example, I'm just comparing always Jenkins, okay? So Jenkins, if you take it up, if you added a Jenkins agent or a Jenkins EC2 instance with a medium type, you have to pay if you use or not use, because you are managing the Jenkins server. Example, I'm just picking up, right? So here, if you're not run, they won't charge you. For example, you're running only weekly once, monthly once. So your whatever computing resources is going to be used on that particular minute at particular time, execution time, only you are going to pay for execution time resources. Whatever resources are used, execution time. Nothing but if I use a 1 minute, only 1 minute charge is going to be applied. So it's nothing but it's going to be a minimal. Am I right? It's going to be a minimal cost. So cost also going to be reduced. If I go with AWS DevOps or Azure DevOps, whichever. These are all native tools for cloud. But simple, guys. They're integrating, they're providing some services to make it user-friendly and to attract the users. I mean, their clients. Simple. Right? Now, whoever is using the AWS platform, they'll simply attract. They'll feel very happy, right? Ultimately, whenever you do some business, or you have to give them, you're going to think that best services to your customers, your clients, the same here as well. So they're providing this facility to give you more service to AWS. And because if not giving this service, for example, so then once again, the team, client side, they have to work on it to create this, all these, tools, DevOps tools. You have to create it, you have to manage it. So there's going to be effort, cost, all those going to be involved. But here it's pretty straightforward. And you will get a guide also. And they're going to support as well. Team support also going to be there from AWS. Right. So these are all the benefits we can use it. We can able to get a benefits from AWS for DevOps. Good, guys. Now let's see, guys, what are the different main tools are available here? CodeCommit, CodeBuild, CodeDeploy, CodePipelines. So first three you can treat like a connecting, different dots, different services, managing the code, running the build, deploying an application. So these three are different services. Example, version control system, Maven command, Docker command, kubectl command, Terraform command, CloudFormation command. These are all things that we are integrating with the Jenkins pipeline or any other pipeline. Here also we are doing the same thing. So that integrates with CodePipeline. So as part of the CodePipeline, if you want to run set of tasks, how you are going to do that? We should get a code, we should be able to package it, and we should be able to deploy it into the target servers. Agree, guys? So that's what these four are important. Other tools are supports. Code Artifact, Cloud Shell. Those are all going to help you to support. Those are like a helpers, I can say that. If you use or not use, it's no matter. But these four are compulsory to deploy, to maintain automated approach. Commit and build is like a Git? No. CodeCommit is nothing but a Git. Sorry. Okay? CodeCommit is just like a GitHub. It is just nothing but AWS is providing one service like a GitHub. Internally, they're going to use GitHub services back inside. AWS use backend side GitHub only, but they'll maintain their own. So they're providing this facility through as a name with a name CodeCommit. Okay, can you search it out about what is an OpenSearch, guys? Can anyone quickly search about OpenSearch? What is that? Who is managed? Who is going to create that OpenSearch? Take 1 or 2 minutes, no problem. OpenSearch, index state management for OpenSearch. So who is the actual implementer? OpenSearch. OpenSearch is who is the actual implementer? ELK. ELK is an open source tool. Okay, guys, Charan, right? ELK, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana. It's an application monitoring tool. Right, Charan. Okay, that is open source. What they'll do that? What they have done? They've taken the open source and they have provided a facility in AWS, just like a marketplace. You have a product, you have to keep it in one particular location to sell. To sell. Something like, for example, you have a product, some products, and you're going to showcase in a DMart, for example, right? So automatically they're going to do that activity. The same way, ELK, it's not straight away to ALK community. It's a community. ELK is a community. So they've taken open source and they've developed. They're integrating with their AWS resources. So same way, okay. So these are all CodeCommit will also come into the picture, same style. So they've picked up open source version control system and they've developed it as a CodeCommit. They've launched it as a CodeCommit with a different name. Simple. Make sense? Right. Now code build. So code build is going to provide a facility to run your commands. As part of your Jenkins file, what you'll do? As part of the Jenkins file, you're going to add a stage. As part of the stage, you're going to run some steps, right? Build commands, code commit, code cloning, git clone options and all. Okay. If it is a developer, right, there we have already used, right? Okay. But it is also, you can treat like it's kind of, for you, it is a revision because you are already touched upon, right? Same thing, we're just going to repeat it here. So you can check it out. Good. Yes. There we have covered because of to deploy an application, whatever you develop with the AWS developer, right? Cool. So that is one thing. So we can just take it up this code build. So code build provide the steps to configure something, and then code deploy also same situation. You are going to give you a set of commands to code deploy, and code deploy can perform on top of your target servers. This is nothing but a facility to run on your target servers, whatever steps you want to perform. And these all three integrations can be happened through CodePipeline. Like CodePipeline is nothing but it will integrate all these three stages and run step by step on one of a managed host. AWS managed host like Ubuntu, Red Hat, or whichever. The backend pools. Those we call as a backend pools. AWS will manage that. We are not going to manage. Make sense, guys? Good. Okay, let's see how we are going to take it up these developer tools. Have a look. You go there, you'll find it, see, steps straight away. Source, build, deploy, pipeline. Okay, so if you come down here, you can get to know. See that? Go into your AWS account and you can see that code pipeline. We have, right? Code pipeline. So you'll get it all this stuff. Have all these. Okay, let me take it up this guys. Delete, take it up. I'm just taking this as well. Okay, something like treat like a pipeline is just like a Jenkins job, guys. If you compare it. Okay, good. Now, first step is what we should be able to create a here code commit first step, because we need a version control system. So can you read about this quickly? What is this about? Just spend 1 minute on this. So if you take a version control system, nothing but you are managing the code with versions, with the tracking, with the different branches, right? So if you take it up that part, so you can see you can able to create a repository. Get started with AWS CodeCommit by creating a secure repository store. That was a simple architecture, simple UI, guys. It won't be a much complex. Simple. So simply say create a repository. If you have an AWS account, simply go into the code commit. See here. Straight away you can create a repository. Okay, guys. So here, what I can do, repository settings. You can give any name, no problem, according to your application. For example, I'm just giving something name called AB code. Whatever name. So you can give it here, say ABB app. Some name I've given. Description, if you want to give it, source code for an app. This option. If you want to give tags also, you can able to give it to identify your resource. Okay, then simply say create. So we have created. So create a notification rule for this repository. Even we can able to create a notifications also, but it's not required. Okay, so can you read about these guys? What is this? Same. Whatever commands we have used to push, to pull, to commit, to create a branches and all, same commands, guys. Git commands from your local. Only the URL will change. Remaining things same as it is. GitHub concepts, whatever you learned. Git push, git branching, right? And pull request. All same going to be there. But can you read about what is this, guys? What it is saying that? What is this meaning? What is that meaning? Create any user under root user. It's a IAM root user is required. Don't use a root user in this case. You are signed in using a root account. You cannot configure SSH connections for root account, and HTTP connections for a root account are not recommended. Consider signing in IAM user and then setting up your connections. Okay, so what you have to do in this case, I'll simply go into this IAM. You can see that. Okay, I think already I have created 3 users. Let me pick it up all. I just deleted. I hope you people already know what is a IAM user. But you are creating another user. Okay, we are going to assign some permissions. See that here, create a user. Give some name. For example, I'm just giving robot. And even if you want to give a provide user access to the AWS management console, optional, but still I'm giving this. Okay, I don't want to switch multiple times. Okay, so do you need an identity center? So we recommend that you use identity center to provide a console access to a person. Nothing but if you use a directory service, federation service and all, so you can create it straight away there with a directory AD, nothing but. But here we're using manually. I wanted to create a IAM user. Okay, so automatically going to generate a password, or you can give it some password also, not an issue. I'm just giving some password, something like I've given. Or auto-generated also, you can use it, not your issue. You can create it simultaneously if you want. Okay, and then simply users must create a new password at next sign-in recommended, not required. Okay, simply say next. Don't save. So what happened, guys? I have created a user, but you have to give a permission, right? Add user to group, copy permissions, attach policies directly. You can use it, these options. My code pipeline group, you can also give it directly group name, or you can say attach policies directly. So what permissions you want to give it, you can come down. See that here, if I give it this one, what happened, guys? Complete administrator access. I can able to get it. Even if you want to perform only code commit, for example, see that here, code commit. See here, AWS commit full access. So these also we can able to use it. So if you want more or multiple, you can take it up, whatever you choose, whatever permission you want to give it, you can give it and simply say next. See here, we have given administrator access as well, and the code commit full access also are given to this user. But this is optional. Even if you give or not give it, not much impact, but just I'm giving that. It's a practice going forward. You're not going to give an administrator access. Okay, and create a user, guys. That's all. We have done this. Okay, so we have created this one. So copy sign in URL. So pick it up, this guys. This is the one we're just going to use it. I'm just for reference purpose. My purpose I just taken. You can create your own user in your account and try it out. Okay, so once it is done, what I'll do that, simply sign out. Yeah. Done. So you can come down, take it up this, enter, I'll get it up. Right, guys, I'll get it. So what is the username? So we have given robot and then password and then say sign in. But in our real projects, we are going to manage organizations, switch roles and all we're going to perform. Am I right? Okay. So if you get a chance, read about what is an AWS organization, AWS control tower, what is landing zone. You can try it out, read those points, guys, whenever you get some time. So the point is AWS control tower to maintain your AWS platform with multiple accounts. What is landing zone? What is say AWS organizations and SCPs and DCPs? Read about this and let me know if you face any not understood anything in the next session. Just to, I mean, these are like AWS concepts. As an administrator, as an architect, so you're going to use this also. So try to read about and try to explore it more. Is that useful, guys? Right? So take it up. Definitely, it's going to be useful. And even interview question. They're going to ask you in the real-time point of view, they're going to ask you these questions. What is landing zone? Why we are going to use it? What is an AWS organization? What is secure control protocol or something? Policies and all. You can check it out. What are those? Okay. Yeah, that's one thing. You can take it up, guys. We just done. Okay. So once it is done, see a code commit. This time it is going to show it up different way. See here? Okay, this is not required. You can delete a repository. Delete. Yes, I've just deleted. Existing. See, guys. Now this time you can see that automatically it's going to show it up. See that SSH. You can copy it. Or you can see the view repository. And it's going to provide how to configure it. You can have a look. Just spend 1 minute on this. See, for example, I'm using macOS, for example. See, these steps you have to perform to clone your repository. So can you read it? Prerequisites, register SSH public key, edit local SSH configuration, config, clone it. That is nothing but how you are going to create a resources, how you are going to check the cost, and what is the best practices to create a design. I mean, for your architecture, I mean, for infrastructure point of view, you're going to take that those levels. That's what you're going to get it. I mean, you're going to learn the services part. Here, those services are different, right? Those services, how we are going to deploy it and all, we're just going to talk about that. Okay. No worries, because just here, listen this one and try to start it on this. Those things you can take it up later on, it's not a problem. Okay, good. Okay, what you have to do, guys? So first of all, you must use Git client that supports Git version. Nothing but from your local machine, we should be able to do something commands. Git commands, which Git. You can use your virtual machine, you can use your local machine, but I need Git command. Or you can use Visual Studio Code. This also you can use it, guys, like this. Here also you can able to use it. New terminal, you can able to get it. This also you can able to use it. Okay, yeah, that is one thing you can take it. So now we have a Git. So second step is got. Can you read about this? So in GitHub, how you are going to access, how you are going to clone and push your code into GitHub? Anyone? How many ways we can able to use it? How can you push it? How many ways we can push it? HTTP and SSH. So SSH means what? It's going to be used public private keys. And HTTPS is that what? Username and password. In a GitHub point of view, username and token. Okay, so what is saying that here? Upload your SSH public to your IAM user. And once you have uploaded your SSH public key, copy the SSH key ID. You will need it in the next step. Nothing but if you take it up in our local, so we are going to use, SSH keygen command. Am I right? You know already this command, SSH keygen. It will generate a public private keys. Something like this. See here. And it is already there, so it's going to generate another thing. Or it will overwrite. See that? Public private keys here. If I go into the home page, home directory and .ssh, you can able to find it here called public private keys. You can generate it. Public private keys. Now what we have to do, we should get this public key. We should be able to copy into the target side. So what I have to do, say that public key, and you can get it this. Copy this public key content. You can come down. Where I have to go, guys? So just come down here. Okay, say IAM, for example. Pick it up. Or you can use straight away user section and the security credentials. You can use here, say users. Okay, click on this users. See guys, security credentials. Or else you can go straight away here and say security credentials. It will automatically point at this location. Same. See here, security credentials. Normally we just going to use a MFA, access keys and all, AWS CLI point of view. Am I right? So they're providing that facility. See different options. Out of this, see AWS CodeCommit credentials. You can use multiple stuff. SSH or generated credentials. Two options you can use it. Only it is possible in IAM user, not in root user. That's the reason we have created a robot. It is important, guys. Okay, now what I have to do, simply say upload SSH public key. So you have to paste it here. What I have to do, whatever we have copied here, this one you can paste it. Say upload SSH public key. Same way we are going to do that same. You have to generate a public private keys and copy it because every individual this is for every individual user, not for all. So for example, your user, so you're going to log in with AWS account, right? With your credentials. So you're coming down here, you're adding there. It is not generic. Make sense, Sagar? Now, what is suggesting if you read about here? So we have done this. Register SSH public key and uploaded. Now, what is saying that here, edit local SSH configuration. Nothing but you uploaded. But whenever I say clone, should be able to find it that key into your local as well. You local location also, you have to take it up. Jaya, I understand that. So what you have to do, you have to generate this public private keys by using SSH keygen command. I'm repeating once again. Okay, so you have to generate, just run this command from your local. Automatically, it will generate public private keys. Okay, and then take this public key content, nothing but cat. So take this content. Then what you have to do, you have to go into your user section. In your user section, see robot is your user and see security credentials. You can come down here and you can see that options are open. There are not. AWS CodeCommit, AWS CodeCommit. This is going to be SSH. This is going to be Git credentials. Here you have to upload the public key. Is that clear? Just like this. Upload public SSH key. You have to paste it, that content. Then automatically it's going to be generate this SSH key ID. Is that clear? You have to do it from your IAM user. That's what we have logged in here. Same command. You can try now itself. You can run it. Open your command prompt, or you can use git bash shell. Okay, if it is a Windows, then run SSH keygen command. It will generate public private keys. Copy that public key content and paste it up. It works. Both are same. Any Linux or Mac or Windows. We will say okay, good. That is one thing. Next step, what we have to do. So copy this content, guys. Okay, copy this content. You should keep it in a config file in your .ssh location here. So wherever it is generated your public private key, okay, go there nothing but .ssh directory. You can see here, there is a config file you have to create it. You have to touch config. Then you can see that config location. So what are you doing that? As part of the config file, you should be able to paste this content. Nothing but what? Automatically git command can refer this private key, nothing but indirectly. Because sometimes we may use different accounts, different code commits. In that case, I may use different repositories. So for that case, what we will do that we are going to use it like this. Multiple entries we can able to perform like this. Okay, guys. So code commit, user, and identity file. And then identity file is nothing but your private key file name here. Can you see that? This is the location. If you see that here, PWD, this is the location I have given. Plus, what is the private key name? ID_RSC. Is that clear, guys? Okay. And another important point is you have to change this because it is already there in my case. So I have to copy this content. This part. Copy this. And you can come down, say vi config, and change this user section. Change it. You can try. Okay, save this. And ensure this is going to be what they're suggesting 600 only. You can give it 600 permissions only. You can see only read write permissions, not execution permissions, and even write permissions also not. I'm doing from my local machine, or you can try it out from your EC2 instance also, not an issue. That's your choice. You can go for EC2. There you can SSH keygen command. You can run it, and it will automatically generate a public private keys. Copy the public key into your IAM user credential section, and then just enter this config section. Fair enough, right? So this is done. Now what is saying that after that? So this is done. So once you have saved the file, make sure it has the right permissions by running the following command, and then config. And see here, guys, we can clone it. Simple. Copy this. You can say here cd. I'm just going into this DevOps location. Okay, clear. And you can just clone this repository. You can say git clone. Take this. I'm sorry. Control A. And just remove it. Clone it. If everything is correct, it will automatically clone. Yes, it is cloned. Right? See, cloning into ABB app, and you appear to have cloned an empty repository. We have this ABB app. So you can work on it here. If I go into this ABB app, so you can say git status, you can get to know that. Nothing will be there. You can see that git remote -v. See that. Yeah, remote URL is showing there. Third step is simple. You have to clone it straight away. So third step is you have to copy this content. So yeah, you have to copy this content, come down into this location. Nothing but wherever it is your public private keys are generated. Nothing but here. Home directory and .ssh, say ls. You can see config. We have this. Okay. Is that clear, everyone? Just we are copying that content. Host git code commit user. Nothing but what? Whenever you clone it, see that it is referring this git code commit star amazonw.com. Nothing but if it is this kind of repository it is come, then use this user and identity file. So that you automatically get the authentication. Now we just got it. Super. So that is one thing. We can take it up and then ABB here we can refer it here. So from here I can able to just come down here, Visual Studio Code. So you can open and you can play with this. Open a folder and say here, and this is the location AWS DevOps. If you come down here and see ABB app, so you'll get an empty one. You can work on it from here to push your code into remote. In user place, we have given here. This is the information. SSH key. because he's explained here. Your IAM SSH key ID here. Your IAM SSH key ID. Where it is there? See here. Your ISH key ID. Here? Yeah. Good. Then we can able to get authentication. You can able to push it also from here. So we'll take it up few other examples. I mean, how to push it and how to use it and how to create a branches and all. Few steps we'll take it up. Okay. And how to take some code, how you are going to build it and all, we'll take it up in there. So whatever you want, you can generate the content. You can generate a project or anything. Right? So if you want to generate it, what we can do that? Simply, see, for example, if I want to generate a Maven project, for example, see, you can generate it like this. I'm just creating a simple project. So use this. Enter. Enter. So it will automatically generate ABB app and select a destination folder. You can see, guys. Some content I'm just generating. Okay, cool. Now see, I'm just simply say yes. I hope you people know how to generate a simple Maven project, right? So you can see here itself. You can take it up this code. Yeah. Okay, guys. Is that clear, everyone? Now you can see this project demo and all. Even if you don't want, you can take it up these two into here. You can move. Move option is there, or else you can take it up this way, or you can keep it not an issue. Okay. Okay. What I've done, I've just added this simple project. How? You know, right? How to generate a simple project like say Maven. By using this Maven project, I'm just giving the kickstart and version and some name like this, and whatever, if you want to give it something, for example, ABB core. Okay, see, automatically it's going to generate. So wherever you want, you can pick it up, select the destination folder. So I'm just generating a sample code. Okay, say enter, say yes. Now see, automatically it is there here. So you can take it up both options. Is that clear, guys? Is that clear? Is that clear, everyone? So simple. I mean, you can add any content, not an issue. It's not a big deal. Now, so we have this. So if you come down in the left side, you can get to know that what are the files you have added, right? You can simply say plus, nothing but git add command. And you can say updated or added what you can give a message, added files for ABB application. Simply say right click. I mean, just this click so that it will commit it. Now you're committed. Now what I can do that if you come down here, see push, automatically push into that particular branch. By default, it is a main branch. Okay, cool. Now once it is done, right, we can able to push it. Now you can come down in the browser. You can see the code is there or not. See this code. Now we got it. Yes or not, guys? You can see that whatever commits you have done, see commits going to be showed up. And the branches you can get to know. So, I mean, it won't show multiple. I mean, what do you have seen that in GitHub, the options or features? Those many cannot be there here. Only simple. You have to just push the code and you have to manage it. That's all. Nothing else. Okay. Even you can able to create a multiple branches also. Create a branch name. What we can give it here? Suppose development branch from main branch. You can say create a branch. So like this, we can able to create a multiple branches. Even you can come down here, say terminal. See that here, git fetch. It will automatically fetch. See that development branch into your local. You can switch it here, right? Git checkout command, or you can come down here, switch to different branch like a development branch. See that it's done. You're in a development branch. You can modify whatever you want. Whatever you want, you can modify. For example, AB core here, I'm just going to say something Docker file. Okay, I can take it up a Docker file. I can add anything, something like that from Ubuntu. It's right. It's a Visual Studio Code. It's a Visual Studio Code. You can use it. Simple. You can go and browse it. Google it and simply say Visual Studio Code download. VSC download, you can say. Automatically you can get it. Simple and easy and a widely used one. This is editor. Okay. I'm just adding something content. You can add it like this. And you can see the left side. So you're added Docker file for code. Simply say this. Commit. As usual, you can able to push it this part. Push. Right? We can able to push it here. As usual, we know that what is a pull request, guys? Create a pull request. What does this mean? Pull request. It's a merge request. Am I right? It's a merge request. One branch to another branch, we are going to merge. Am I correct? We are going to merge one branch to another branch with pull request. Not directly, we are going to merge it from local. Right? So this is the best option. We are going to use it here. See that from which branch to which branch you want to merge it. Source to destination. You can see compare. You can get to know that. What are the changes? Only one commit we have done. Then you can say title, merge request. Okay, title. If you want to give something, you can also give it here some message. And then simply say create a pull request. And you can see the commits, how many commits you are merging. So you can automatically show it up, these many commits, and then create a pull request. Right? It's done. Merge request. Here, automatically your team going to merge. Team only going to merge. I mean, your team members and your team leads and all. So for the case, what I'll do that once it is generated, you're going to share this merge request. Simply, you're just going to raise a pull request, something like this. Pull request. Okay, copy this URL. Copy this URL and share it to the team. It's required. Who is approved can take it down. Your team approve it. If not, you cannot able to do that. Okay, cool. So this is done. So if you see here in the detail section, see merge option, we are going to use it. Simply, we're just going to say merge option. See, can anyone explain, guys, what is these three differences? What is these all? Maybe you heard about in GitHub. One is merge request. Another one is what? You can see squash. You can use squash. Another one is rebase. What is this all about? Three. Exactly. So here, these three are showing here. Can you read about these 3 points? The first one is nothing but a rebase, plain history. Right? Merges the branches and moves the destination branch pointer to the tip of the source branch. This is a default merge strategy in Git. That is nothing but a rebase. Squash means what? If you have a multiple commits, you want to create only one commit. You want to combine all the commits to target branch or destination branch. Then use the squash and merge. Am I right? Squash and merge. The last one is three-way merge. Can you see that? Even diagram also is going to help you. Normally in GitHub is by default this is the option, merge option. I mean three-way merge. Creates a merge commit and adds the individual source commits to the destination branch. One extra merge commit going to be created. Right? Going to create here. Okay, for example, if I use this option, it will create one extra commit. If I use this option, straight away it will merge. See here. Even this also is going to create one extra commit, but it will combine all like this. For example, if I take it up default option in GitHub point of view, this is the one you're just going to use it. And you can give some other name, address, something like this. And simply see that delete source branch develop after merging. If you want to do that, automatically it's going to merge. I mean, delete. If you don't want, you can uncheck it. See here, merge pull request. Normally, if you do a branching strategy, yes, we are going to delete the feature branch by default. See that here, the code is merged into main branch. And you can see the commits. You can get into the 3 commits. After this, you can see a merge branch into main. Merge branch develop into main. If I use the first option, this is not going to be there. If I use the second option, then second commit cannot be going to show it up in the main branch. It is just a merge request. Good. And you can see the branches, but I can even delete also. And even we can able to use a tags. Can anyone help me? What is a tags? Why we use a git tags? Can anyone? Yes, you're going to give us some name, alias name for your commit. Tag is nothing but just a key value pair. You're giving one name to your commit. You're just going to tag it like this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which AWS Developer Tool is commonly used for source code version control and collaboration in software development? Option A, AWS Lambda. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, AWS CloudFormation. And option D, AWS CodeCommit. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
For example, if I say that git log here, if I say that AB core, ABB core, okay, see git branch, it will show it up, which branch you are, and see git tag, you can see that git checkout, for example, to main. So you can see the git branch command, main branch. You can see the git log. You can see the commits. See git pull command, you have to use it. Automatically will pull that relevant commits which are merged. You're done. You can see that 3 commits. Even we can able to show it up with one line. 3 commits. For example, this commit is final. Up to this, I can able to deliver into development and staging environment to test. For example, up to this code, I want to deliver into stage environment or dev environment to test with a QA team. Okay, so what I have to do, because developers keep on modifying and merge into this branch. For example, multiple developers, multiple features, they'll keep on modify, raise the PRs, and the team members going to be approved, for example. But I mean, we never know that at what time going to be the merge and all. So till now, whatever it is there, I want to deploy for my feature changes, for example. Okay, so how can you do that? I can simply say git tag. And I can say up to this level, it is stable. I'm just giving stable name and you can take it up this. That's all, guys. Automatically, it will tag. You can see that git tag. Okay, that's what we can able to check out up to this code. We can clone up to this table. I mean, we can, because we are not going to remember this commit ID. We may forgot. So that's the reason we're just giving alias name, just like in AWS tags. Is it useful, guys? Okay, just filtering purpose. Very good. So you can come down here, but if you want to push it, what you have to do, simply say git push origin -- tags. Automatically it will push because it is generic one. Good, you have done. Okay, so if you come down here, can you refresh it here, tags? You can get to know that. See, commit time. Up to which code you want to clone it, we can take it up this way. Is that clear, guys? Okay, so normally we just going to use a branching strategy with approvals. We're going to merge into the feature branches to development branch to release branch to main branch. Like that, we're going to take a branching strategy. Am I correct, guys? Branching strategy in our project. Like how we are going to do that branching strategy? First, we are going to base code going to be there in the main branch, right? It's going to be main branch to release branch and development branch, and then feature branch is going to be created by the team. And every individual work on their own feature branches. Agree? Just like that, we are going to create a feature branch and ticket number something, ticket 1010 something, we're just going to take it. Like this, we are going to create a branches. Purpose is filtering something, blah, blah. So this branch, developers going to modify, push it, and they'll test it. If everything is okay, then they will merge into the development branch. Nothing but here, we are just going to raise a PR. Yes or not, guys? We are going to raise a PR between feature branch to development branch. I'm going a little faster. Okay. I'm assuming you know about branching strategy. That's the reason I'm just taking. So yeah. Do you know anything about the branching strategy? Guys, can you confirm? What is a branching strategy? Okay. Deciding which branch to merge and to main. Exactly. So branching strategy is nothing but, see, for example, in our team, multiple people going to be there. Am I right? So multiple developers going to be there, multiple DevOps engineers going to be there. So everyone should not work on their own, straight away into the main branch, right? So if you do that, everyone is working on main branch, then it's going to be a problem. All right. It may get success, it may failure, maybe some other developers may give some wrong code, like anything it can be happen. So I don't want to straight away to merge into, directly push into the main branch. So what we are going to do that in that scenario, we're just going to take a branching strategy. Simple, guys. We are just setting there some rules. Strategy means what? It's a rule strategy. Branching strategy. So how it is going to be there normally in our real projects? Just take it up like this. Say, for example, I'm just taking this diagram. Can you quickly take it up, this guys? So that you can understand. For example, what we will do, we're just going to take the first one is main branch. This is the final one. Okay, we're just going to take a main branch. And like that, we're just going to create a multiple branches because everyone should work on their own branches. Like this. And every individual work on like this. Multiple branches, they'll work on it. You can search it out. You can able to get to know also. So here main branch, you can treat like this is like a release branch. Okay. And this is going to be a development branch. Okay. And this is your optional. Okay. It is going to be optional. This is going to be your feature branch. Okay. It's going to be a feature branch. Nothing but every individual going to create their own branch. Something like this 1010. And here also, we're just going to create a feature. Something like this. Okay, 1011. And here another developer going to work on their own 1012. Like that, every individual going to create their own branches like this. Every individual going to work like this. Then what they will do that? After that, they'll raise a PR. Yes or no? Rakesh. So we are just going to merge into this development branch once you completed your work. Like this is going to be taken. Like this is going to be taken. Okay. Then this code, where it will go normally. So we're just going to take it up this code. Okay. And we are going to deploy into development environment here, for example. It's going to be a dev environment. We are just going to deploy your application. Your changes will be deployed into this location. This is the one thing we can take. These are the environments. And what we are doing here, we are just raising PRs here. We call it as a PRs. What about a pull request? These pull requests are what it does. PRs going to be merged into this one. As usual, just now we saw that pull request and it will be deployed here. That's about it. This is going to be a deployment. This is going to deploy here to dev environment. Now, what will happen if this dev team is, you are going to test it. If it is working fine, then what I'll do that, I'll raise this straight away to release branch. I'll test it thoroughly, and here I can pick it up. Good. This is also a PR. Okay, guys. And this release, what we will do that, we are going to test it. Either pre-prod environment, or a QA environment, or pre-prod environment, whatever. You're going to take it up and you're just going to deploy. Yeah. Something like this. Release branch. This release branch, we're just going to, once again, we are going to deploy into that, and they'll test it everything. The team, QA team, and pre-prod team going to test it. This is also a deployment. Okay, guys. So here we can simply say, here developers are going to test. Okay, developers going to test, for example. If they are okay, satisfied, then we're just going to take it up here. QA team will test it. Or product owners, they will test it. POT, they're going to. QA means what? Quality team, quality assurance team. Not about testing team. It is indirectly testing team, Rakesh. Developers going to push their code changes on top of it. Got it? They are the just users. They are the users, but administration part, they are going to perform. Because we are a DevOps engineer, we are going to be an administrators. Is that clear? Now, for example, here QA team and the PO team, they have given sign off. You know, right? What is a sign off? Nothing but they've tested. Right? For example, this is a release 1.0, release 2.0, whatever release they've taken it up, is that all relevant code is updated or not in the release 1.00. Then if it is there, give a sign off, then we are just going to raise a one more PR to deploy into the production. Okay, guys. This is the way we're just going to perform. And what we'll do that once it is completed, once you merge into this, then we're just going to deploy here. Right? We're just going to deploy into the production environment. That's about a production. And we just merge, we are going to deploy it straight away. Is that clear, guys? Now, so this is the deployment activity. We're just going to deploy. And here, customers will come back to the picture, they'll test it. So this is the way you just going to enable the, yeah, I'll share it. No worries. Sorry. Okay, this is the way we're just going to handle what? The branching. So that what will happen, guys? Nobody can able to push into development branch, release branch, main branch, if you follow this rule. Okay, for example, you got a production some issue. You got one production issue. That production got some bug. So what I'll do that? So if I follow this one, it will take a lot of time. Immediately, I'll cut a branch from main branch. I'll cut a branch from main. So what I'll do that? I'll create a one hard fix branch. Yeah. We call it as a hard fix. Then if it is done, if it is everything is okay, you're going to merge into straight away from here to main branch. If you're thoroughly tested, and then we're just going to deploy into the production once again. So this is the way we're just going to control it, guys. And then we are going to release into the patch work. We call it as a patch release. Because you are doing in between the test, in between the release. So this is the way we're just going to handle it to deploy into the production. And this is a strategy we're going to follow. Okay, so what we'll do that if it is a production fail. For example, you got a P1 ticket. Sagar, you got a P1 ticket. What you will do generally? Suppose you are a product support team, or production support team, for example. So you got a P1 ticket from the customer. So you immediately escalate this P1 to developers. Agree? You are going to escalate to developers. What they will do, what they have to do, they are doing, for example, they are working on release 2.0 because release 1.0 already delivered. Then you are working on here 2.0, for example. And here the code is there release 1.00 because it is delivered release 1.0 already production. Now, immediately I need to cut a branch from main because I need to fix it, that issue, that P1 ticket, right? P1 ticket issue, I need to resolve it. If it is a code changes, then you have to cut it branch from, different name with hard fix. You can test it, this one, with any one of the environment, you can deploy and test it. If it is okay, then merge into the main branch and deliver it. That's what redeploy. Is that clear? So this is, we call it as branching strategy. You can, this is, what what strategy, what branches you want to create. That is, you can decide with your team, right? Then everyone should follow it. Okay, I have one question, guys. Mistakenly, I pushed into release 2.0, or mistakenly I pushed into the main branch. Now, what I need to do, guys? That's what you need to restrict it, right? You should be able to restrict the push operation. Only you have to restrict the push operation to future branches. Remaining things, everything should be happen through pull request. Am I right? How can you do that? If I take a GitHub as an example, I can use one stuff called, if I come down into this location, you can see that one example. What we will do normally? Can anyone help me? I want to restrict the push operation to main branch, development branch, release branch. In GitHub, what you will do? In GitHub, we're just going to use a branch protection rules. Have you heard about? Yeah, very good. In GitHub, we're just going to use something like an add role. Very good. Add role, you have to add it, something, whichever branch you want to take. For example, development, so that you can able to enable these rules. Allow push restrict who can push the matching branches. Do not allow bypassing the above. And everything should be, see, require status checks to pass before merging, require pull request before merging, and minimum 2 people need to review it. Like that, we are going to set up some rules, and we can able to set it up like this. And you're going to give your details and confirm, right? Like this, we're going to create a multiple rules. We called as what? Branch protection rules. So it seems I don't have any option here. If I see that in the branches section, I don't have any option. Even settings also, I don't have any option, right? Even I don't have any option. See that I don't have any option to do something. Okay, so Vijay, can you check it out with your point? IAM roles. Can you quickly search it out with IAM policies or roles? Is there any option to restrict it, push operation? IAM policies or roles, branch protection rules in Git CodeCommit. CodeCommit, AWS CodeCommit. How to enable branch protection rules in AWS CodeCommit? Can you search and tell me using, even you can try using IAM. So by default, any code commit repository user who has sufficient permission to push code to the repository can contribute to any branch in that repository. This is true no matter how you add a branch to the repository, right? So limit pushes and merges to branches in AWS CodeCommit. Very good. You can see that. Configure. So what you have to do? Create a policy. You can see that. Go into the IAM role, policies, create a policy. You can have a look. What it is saying that? It is denying, see, which your resource ARN of your repository. Yes or no? And the condition, string equals if exists reference heads main branch and development branch or whatever. So if you do this, automatically that branches in Git are simply pointers to an SSH1 value in the head commit. So which is why the condition uses references. The null statement is required in any policy whose effect is deny and where git push is one of the actions. Like this, review the policy and create a policy. And what you have to do that once you create a policy, what you have to do? You have to attach this policy to the user, a role. See that? You are going to create a one role, choose a name of the group role and permissions tab, attach a policy. Attach the policy. Nothing but in our case, robot is your user. You have to attach this policy to that particular user. So that nobody, that relevant users cannot able to push it. Or you can say attach that group, IAM group, and group attach it to the for your team users or developers. So they cannot able to push it. Very good, Vijay. So this is the way we can able to see that. Can quickly create and tell me, will you able to create this one? Even you cannot delete a branch, all these. So what you have to do in that case, you can pick it up this, for example, take it up our repository here. I just add it here itself, just for easy to keep it. Okay. And what I'll do, instead of here, Just create it. Policy, right? Protection dot JSON. Okay, guys. Protection.json. You can for your reference. Now, what you have to do? Get the resource ARN. The first step. Now you can come down, go into the code commit section, repositories. Okay. We have two repositories. Sorry, this is the one. Pick it up. Clone URL, HTTP and all. Say view repository, delete repository, create a repository. Pick it up this. Will get it or not? Clone URL. Oh, say for example, HTTPS. No, this is not the right one, right? Can I quickly cut it? How to do that? Settings. I need ARN. See, this is the one. Repository ARN we have. We can get it this. And you can add it as part of this ARN. So what we are restricting to this resource. If I give a star, then it's going to be applied for all. And main branch, and I can say even development branch. Okay, development branch. References false. Just set it up this. Cool. And save this. Yes or not, guys? So you can take it up this role, come down. I mean, whatever role you can find it. So many things are going to be getting. And you can come down to this, right? See policies, roles. You can create a role here. Create a role. Branch protection role, you can create it. EC2, Lambda and all, or else you can simply come down, say policies. You can create a policy straight away, create a policy. Okay, guys. You can simply JSON. You can post it this. You can just create a branch, policy. And says simply next. You can give some name. See branch protection rule. Branch protection rule. And simply create a policy. Okay. So automatically it's going to create a policy. So yeah, it's created. You can create a role, you can create a, in the role section, you can create a groups, right? You can create a role, you can create a user section, you can come down to the group robot, right? You can add it here. You can add permissions, create inline policy, add permissions. You can user groups for permissions, attach policies directly. This option also can use it. See this branch protection groups. We have created C. Just pick it up this. And so that you can automatically next. And say add permissions. Good. That's all. Just even roles we can able to assign it, or rules also, policies also you can attach it to the user. Is that clear, guys? Good. If I do the push operation, should fail. If I do that, let me check it out. Okay. Say, for example, git checkout develop. Okay. Git pull. Nice. You can say nothing will be there in this location. So I'm going to say something else. Touch build spec.yaml file. I'm just going to add something file. Okay. And say git add dot git commit test. Okay. We have done. Now, if you see that git branch, what is that one? It is there develop. If it is everything is correct, whatever we have given should fail. Origin. Let me see that. Is that clear, guys? So you don't have permission to push changes to this branch. For example, git checkout -b. I'm going to say feature branch / suppose 1010. Okay. And I'll try to push it. Git push origin. I'm going to say feature /1010. Can you tell me, is this going to be get success or failure? Because we have just restricted only two branches, development and main branch. Nice. Let's see, is this going to be get success or not? Very good. It's done. So like this, you can able to enable the branching policies and say branch protection rules. Whichever you can R&D on IAM. IAM role is very important, guys. Lot of stuff we can do that on that. Because in a security point of view, because every day nowadays everything is DevSecOps, right? Security is a top priority. No meaning if you are not enabled, not properly implemented security. So try to spend a little more time on IAM. Okay, try to get hands-on guys. Quite interesting. What is an assume role? What is a policy? What is a role? What is a cross account role? What is a cross region roles? What is STS? Just check it out. What is a profile? Okay, guys, quite interesting. So now we are able to do this. Normally, we don't want to allow. I mean, even administrators also we don't want to allow to DevOps and admin main branches. That is standard practice. Nobody should push into main or DevOps. That is mandatory. Because if anyone do that, then they can able to do anything, right? They may delete also, even administrator. So that's the reason we don't want to allow to anyone, but sometimes we may give some allow permission, but not good idea. Because everything is to PR, because everyone should able to read, should able to review before merging into the main branch. So that is a target.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
CodeDeploy is manual approach. I mean to say, legacy style of deployments on EC2 instance or on-prem servers. But deploy can be anything, right? It can be ECS clusters, it can be EKS cluster, it can be Elastic Beanstalk clusters. There are so many available to deploy your application in a different mode. And as part of that, what we have understood, we just picked up one is CodeCommit to clone the code, to push our code. Am I right? So different ways to manage the CodeCommit repository with branches, branching strategy. So a lot of stuff we have discussed as part of the CodeCommit to manage your version control system with branching strategy, with merge request. We can see the commits. We can see the branch protection rules. Am I correct? Am I correct, guys? We can able to enable the branch protection rules as well. Very good. That is really a good job. So need not to maintain the servers to run your build commands. Am I correct, guys? Okay, it's a managed service. It's a managed service. Happen to this. Okay, cool. It's a managed service. So what will happen if I take if you take a managed service? Need not to maintain the server to run your code, like Jenkins servers, like Jenkins agents, not required. Straight away, we can able to run it. Just you have to choose the options. That's all. That is one thing. And we have ready-made buildspec.yaml file. It's a template. You just need to modify your commands. That's all. Nothing else. Just need to modify. This is another one. Buildspec.yaml file. Buildspec.yaml file. Cool. And what else? Right? So if you create a code build, we just going to take the code commit. We're going to take the code environment selection and buildspec.yaml file. And where do you want to archive? That also you can able to get it. So that it will automatically get it. So that is also we can able to use it. We have executed one code build section with a code pipeline. Okay, so we'll take it up quickly. Once again, we can revise it, what we can take it up, and then we'll talk about how to take a code pipeline with the deployment, with the deploy options, so that we can able to get end-to-end flow. Am I correct, guys? Right. So for that case, what I have to do, so if I just take it up, I wiped up everything in the last session. Now let's take it up, this guys. Here. So what you have to do in this scenario, first of all, we don't have any repository. Okay, can I create a repository like this? And repository name, can I pick it up? Okay, something, I'll take it up. Spring Boot. I'm just giving repository name is Spring Boot. Okay, just create it, guys. Okay, we have created a repository. Okay, even if you pick it up on IAM user, we know already this option, we are going to use it to the user's point of view. Okay, you can come down here. IAM users, we have these two. I'll do one thing. Can quickly delete this. I'll recreate it one more time. We can have a look. Delete the users. Okay, guys, can I create a user? Yes. Now, what is the purpose here? DevOps. I'm just picked up. User is DevOps. Provide access. And then simply, I want to create an IAM user and say custom password. You can give some password. Okay. And then come down. Not required this part. Next. That's all, guys. Now you can come down the user's point of view. So it is asking some permissions. Attach. Okay, you can see multiple roles will be there. We can able to enable it. Right? Or else we can pick it up this attach policy. What policies we have to give? Administrator access. And even can you give it a code commit option? Is there anything? See that? Full access I'm just giving. I'm giving AWS CodeCommit full access. Okay, next. And create a user. That's all, guys. We have created a user. And if I go into the user section, continue. See that security credentials. We have a security credentials we can able to upload here. Create an access key. Yes, sir, guys. So create an access key. No, sorry, not create an access key. You can use this option, upload a public key. So we know already this option. I'll pick it up from here. Local machine, say cat home directory data ssh public key. This is the public key. We can pick it up, guys. And you can post it here. That's all. Now we'll get this ID. All right. This SSH key ID will get it, and we're going to take it up, say home directory, data SSH, config, and you can just come down, user section, take it up this option. Fair enough. Is that clear, guys? So it's done. Cool. Okay, now I can take it up one thing. Okay, here we have one repository. We'll take it up this AWS DevOps demo. Okay, this is in GitHub repository. You can pick it up. Code repository. Take it up. SSH URL, repositories, Spring Boot, SSH, if you want to take it up. So what is required? So what I can say, code commit, repositories, get a URL. Okay, so here it is there, SSH, copied. Now you can come down. What I need to do, guys, can you help me? If I want to push this local code into remote, so what happened? How to do this? I have a different repository. If I check it out here, git remote-v option, but I need to change it and I need to push into the different. So can I say like this? Git remote. Instead of origin, can I say code commit, alias name, and then URL? Make sense, guys? Okay, I'm just doing this activity. Okay, but Add option I missed out. I'm sorry, here, add. Good. Right? We can able to find it this way. Then, can you see git remote -v? Can I use a CC option? So nothing but git push. So what is a branch right now you have? Can you pick it up? It's the main branch. You can say git push origin. Not origin, I can say CC. And then main branch. It's going to take that. Let's have a look. It is going to push into remote repository. Nice. We are good in this, right? So you can come down, have a look. So in the code, you can check it out. What are the what changes are, what are the things will be there here. You can able to find it. Everything is here. Okay, so you can have a look. Source code, build spec.yaml file. We have a build spec.yaml file and pom.xml. So we can use this options and we can able to upload over there the code. So build spec.yaml file, what is there? What we can take it up here? So I can say here star.var file. So that it will automatically upload over there. Archive, artifacts. Okay, cool. This is one thing, and you can say plus symbol and updated. You can take that. So time being not deploy, you can say install. You can take it up, install, fair enough. Save this. Even if you don't want this option, you can comment it. It can be built automatically, simple step. And then you can say plus symbol, updated. Cool. You can push it. Fine, great. So this is one thing we can take it up. And even if you want to push it straight away, you can take it up this. Git push CC main branch. Nice. This is one thing we can take it up. Now we have a latest code if you observe this here. Okay, what I have done, I just simply change this. I just use the build spec.yaml file. What is there as per the build spec.yaml file? We are running set of commands. Arshad. Okay, we just going to use this build spec.yaml file going forward. I'll talk about this. Nothing but set of commands. If you want to build your application, what commands we are going to use it if it is a Maven based application? Can anyone help me? If it is a Maven based application, what you will do? Like normally, mvn clean something install or deploy, we are going to use it. Am I correct, Harshad? Right? So this command, how can you run it through code build option? So we have to use a build spec.yaml file. So like this, you can come down here, take it up into our repository section. See, we have here build spec.yaml file. For that case, what you have to do? You have to go into the build section here. Is that clear, Arshad? And everyone? Okay, very good. So that is one thing. Now what I'll do, so we have a repository. It contains your source code. It can generate one application. Now you can say create a build option. You can take a create a build. See that project name, Spring Boot application, or I can say build _build. I'm just saying this option. Simple. We know already this all stuff. Code build. You can use even GitHub or GitHub, Bitbucket, GitHub Enterprise, CodeCommit, Amazon S3, no source. You can use this option, right? Repository. We have a Spring Boot, and a branch. You can use main branch. All right, guys. So this is one thing. Second option is what we have discussed about the environment, managed service here, managed image. See, you can use Amazon Linux too, for example. Or you can take it up. Anything is fine. whichever you like it, you can pick it up. Runtime environment, standard, and image. Here. So this also you can use it. For example, Amazon Linux 2, standard, image and all, but better keep it Ubuntu. Let's see what will happen. Standard, image 7.0. Always use the image of this runtime environment version. It's okay. Environment type, EC2. Cool. Environment is selected. Automatically going to create a one code build Spring Boot build service role. It contains what? A trust policy. I mean, trustee is what here? Code build. Code build going to invoke some EC2 instances and all. So it's required some permissions. So here, this is the information, Arshad. Okay, see here. In set build commands. If I take it up this one, you have to give a set of commands like Maven. Okay, Jaya, what I have done here? Is this clear about environment point? Okay, this is right. Little make it a plus symbol. Is that okay? Now you can take it up this. So what are you doing now? Role name. And insert the builds. You can also you can give a commands here. Build commands. The best option if you want to have if you have a multiple commands and all, the best option is this. And if you come down into the repository where it is there, this option, you have to give it. See, by default, it is there in the build spec.yaml file, this one. So you have to give this path. Straight away by default, it will pick it up in the current directory. So build spec.yaml file, you can use it. Okay, build spec.yaml file. And then batch configuration. Not required. If you want artifacts, you can also use this. See, Amazon S3 and all. You can able to use add artifact and all. Keep it empty. Under group name, Spring Boot, stream, Maven. You can take it out. And create a build project. Simple. You're just creating build project. That's all. Exactly. We have to, whoever is going to develop this pipeline, they have to prepare the build spec.yaml file. So nothing but DevOps engineer need to prepare this. Same like a Jenkins file. Jaya. Right? Cool. This is one thing we can take it up. Now you can see here, we have this. We can start build here manually. We can able to take it up from here itself. So start build option. So if it is everything is correct, it will automatically starts. Have a look. If it is Maven is in place in the Ubuntu, automatically it's going to take it. Right? You can see here. It's going on, right? But it is failed. It is failed. Why can you say that? The build could not read. Some problems encountered in the while processing forms. The following artifacts could not be resolved. Absent, could not find artifact modules. 1.0 snapshot, parent relative, finds at wrong local form, line number 11 to 11, column 13. I actually picked up different location that files. That's the reason it's getting some error. So what we can do, can you pick it up here? Take it up this form.xml. It is getting this issue with this parent. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just comment it. Let's see what will happen if I just take it up this. If not, I'll take a default code. We'll see what will happen if I just pick it up this. Okay, cool. Now we can exactly. It's going to provide by the that option by code build itself, right? Okay. Now let's take it up this. Added, remote parent from this. My keyword is not working. I don't know from what it is. Let's say this one. Can push it. This can be taken care through here because origin is different. Let me see that quickly. It's going to work on now. Nice. Now you can take it up here. Build projects. We have started build. Now it will take it up. Okay, cool. Tail the logs. Okay, see this is started. So what we have as part of the build spec.yaml file, can you check it out? Right? So it's going or not? Oh, it's failed, right? Yeah, it is failed. I understand that what could be the problem. Okay, it's failed. This is the issue. We'll talk about this one later. So timing, comment it, save this, add it, something, push it. Okay, cool. So one more time, just start a build. We'll take it up this. So one more time it is failing. Why? Third build, right? Okay, pick it up this. Is it pushed or not? Yeah, it's pushed. So what could be the issue? See, MVN is started. Clean install. Okay, this code is not working as expected. See, a group ID is missing, version is missing. Okay, I'm just added few changes in the form.xml. Okay, and now you can pick it up this code. I just copied from different source, nothing else. Okay, and then you can say git commit -m updated. Okay, so you can able to push it over here. Simply push it. Okay, cool. Now let's check it out. Now we just got it, right? Now, if I just say, okay, you can come down, code section, repositories, Spring Boot. Okay, so pom.xml, previously we have commented one thing, now it's not there, that option. Right? It's cool, not an issue. Okay, now we can come down, say build section, build projects. You can pick it up here. So run a build, fail the logs. Now let's see whether we get success or not. Now see, it's pretty straightforward way it's going on. Running command maven settings, download, that's going on as expected. Only the code issue, that's not a problem. But now what is the issue? Reason exit status. Have a look. Failure. Some code compilation issues. Okay, I just got it. So what we have to do, so we'll pick it up code from this location. See, PWD. Sorry, PWD. Remove source code. Okay, pick it up and say back here. The app. What is there in this? Pick it up demo. Here, PWD. ls. We have a copy source. Okay, source 2. 1 step back, 2 steps back. Here we have demo. Okay, and then AWS DevOps demo copy. Okay, you can see the git status. What is there in this? PWD. Here we have git status. Now these are all the changes we have done. Source, as well as we have added. Am I right? It is added as well. So now you can say git add dot. You can automatically get it. And you can add something, new code. You can push it. Only code change, nothing else. Clear, right? Good. Now, once it is done this, right, what we have to do next step is you can come down, say, run it, guys. Just run this code. So it's going to be show department. It's progressing. So build success. Clear, guys? It is successfully completed. Now you can see the build projects status. See that. Only the code changes point of view, it is done. But you can pick it up any var file code and all. You can GitHub from GitHub, you can search it out and you can find it the best one, and we can able to use that also, not an issue. Okay, this is clear. Now we need to perform this in automated fashion. So what I need to do, guys? So we have just picked up pipelines. I'm just going to use a pipeline. So pipeline going to run your code build. See, right now, what we have done in the build section, we are explicitly triggered start build option. But now what I'll do that I can create a pipeline like this. And we can add a stages step by step to perform something. Okay, so for example, this is Spring Boot pipeline, guys. Spring Boot pipeline, you can pick it up. And you can use same thing and say next. You can use here code commit. Yes or not? You can use code commit. Then as part of that code commit, you can refer this code repository. You can use code repository here. Okay, nice. Then branch name, main. And at a time, so here, what is happening here? Can you see? We have picked up the pipeline. We just created, chosen, and there we are giving the source from which source we need to refer. See, code commit we have picked up. And see, at what time you want to run it a job, whenever change detection options are identified. See, Amazon CloudWatch events going to help us, recommended. Even you can use code pipeline with based on the periodical of changes, per changes. Periodically, we can able to identify that also, you can use it. And cloning, as usual, it's going to clone the repository. That's all. Simply say next. So first stage is done. Just like in Jenkins, whenever you do a stage, first we'll do the clone the repository. Second stage, you're going to build an application. Third one, you want to test it. Fourth one, you want to deploy it. Like that, you can able to add in multiple stages. The same way it's going to perform here as well. Okay, guys, cool. Now you can say build provider, code build, code build. So here, then, so here's is project name. You can see that automatically your code build going to be showing up. Okay, guys, we got a code build option straight away. We can got it. And then see here, single build. And then just it's going to be trigger it automatically whenever I say that. See next. And deploy provider. So we can talk about this one after this one. So you can see multiple options we can use it. You can deploy ECS, you can use code deploy, you can use Elastic Beanstalk, you can use code deploy option. So many options going to be there. Right? So this is one thing we can take it up. Say time being I'm just not doing, we can add later also, skip the deployment stage. Only right now, 2 stages. One is source code we are picking up, and then we are building the part. That's all. Now you can say create a pipeline, guys. You can take a create pipeline and have a look. Good. This is the way we can do it. Then code build section. Now it started in progress. And you can come down. As usual, it can perform. Whatever it is previously executed, it's the same way it's going to be executed. See this. As usual. Right? It is build success. Done. But why it is failing? Just see refresh. View log. Is there anything error? In end, you can check it out. Status. Upload artifacts. I got it. Build success is okay, but face build is state success. Echo is okay. Date. Post build succeeded. But expanding target dot star dot var file, this is caused the issue. It is not var file, it is a jar file. No matching artifact. You can give it here, whatever you want, you can give it here. Time being star dot star, like that you can give it here. So in the build spec dot YAML file, it is looking for a var file, but it is going to be a star or a jar. Something like this. We're expecting jar file because we have created a jar file. So you can take it up and it will get it a success in the next step. Update it. And you can use push operation. Okay, guys. Cool. So automatically, whenever I push it something, automatically your job can be triggered. See, come down into the pipeline section. Okay, just refresh it. Still, it's not yet pushed. Can you see? Let's push it, right? I think we have to do push operation. Okay, cool. So it is pushing. Done. Can you see that now? Can you refresh now? The pipeline, see, in progress. So it is automatically going to progress your code. See, straight away it's running. So build success, it's a code commit and it started. As usual, this time going to get success. Is that clear, guys? Any question? You take it any kind of code, you can pick it up. You can try different examples. See, for example,
let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is AWS CodeCommit? Option A, a service for code reviewers and code refactoring. Option B, a tool for writing and executing code in AWS Cloud. Option C, a version control service that helps teams securely host and manage source code repositories. And option D, an integrated development environment or IDE for software development. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
If you Google it like this, for example, you can get it so many source codes. Need not to develop a code, need not record anything. For example, web application, or I can say web application, simple web application, simple web application code for with Maven. Take it up GitHub as example. You can get it, guys. See, so many different examples you can able to find it. So these are different. You can try it out. Take it up this code and you can try it out. See that simple pom.xml going to be there here. See pom.xml. You can try different examples. There are so many. Here also it's a Maven code. See Maven clean test, clean package. Then you are going to run a web server, Tomcat. So automatically your web application will come up. If I take it up this example, simple one. See pom.xml. So it's going to generate what? See properties and a group ID, name, packaging is going to be var. This also you can pick it up. Simple stuff. So by using this, we can package it. You can build it and it will automatically build the applications. You can try this as well. So this is also going to be a web app. See, pom.xml. So you just need to Maven package. It get the var file. Cool. So creating a sample project with Maven, you can take it up. See, artifact ID. This is the way we can do it. As part of this, you can see that code also it's going to be there. Web enough, index.json file. All this is available. Right? Tomcat target star.var file into this location. What does this mean, guys? Docker file. It's going to create a Docker. And if you have this Docker file, what will happen is we can able to build it. If you have a build spec.yaml file, for example, then you can add it there to deploy something. There's so many examples here. See the same maven commands, maven clean deploy, build stage. Right? This is the way we can able to perform. So you can refer later, not an issue, just copy this part. Fair enough. You can even deploy, even for example, Docker, right? Docker build with, see, command with the build spec.yaml file. We can able to get it. See here. Simple build spec.yaml file. So what you're doing now? Amazon is here, get login, repository URI, and you're building an application. See Docker build command, Docker target, and you're pushing into this Docker push. This also you can try if you want. If you have something var file, jar file, index.html file, whatever you have, for example, right? So you should be able to deploy. So what is a deployment, guys? So what is mean by a deployment? How we can take that a deployment? Can you guess it? How to deploy an application. And whatever artifact we have generated, even we can able to upload into the remote location also. That is a code artifact option. Even we can able to do that. Listen, we'll take it up this a little later. Okay, first we will finish up code deploy, then we'll see this option if possible. Okay, so we can also nothing but deploy. MVN clean deploy, if I say that, automatically going to be uploaded over there. Nice. Now, so deployment, if I pick it up, what we have to do? What are the things required to perform? So deployment is nothing but what? Either one file, application file, or an image, or a zip file, whatever, we just going to copy into the target server. To launch an application is nothing but a deployment. Okay, guys. To deploy an application, say something, if you pick it up here, say like this. So you have an artifact. You have an artifact. So as part of the build stage, whatever file is required, you have just created a build. So build can create one what? Artifact. It may be a zip file, it may be a var file, it may be a tar file, or it may be a index.html file, simple file, or image, Docker image. So this is going to be an artifact. Okay, so it is going to generate one artifact. And what we have to do, we have to pick it up this artifact, you have to deploy in one server. It can be EC2 instance. Suppose if I pick it up in an EC2 instance, like this. So what you have to do, you should be able to copy this artifact here. You have to download this artifact here. And here, automatically downloading, okay. But how it is going to launch an application? How you are going to launch an application as part of the EC2? You should be able to do some activities here. You have to install some packages. Required software packages like a Tomcat server, Nginx server, IAS server, WebLogic servers, or Docker package to run your Docker images, for example. If it is a Node.js application, then Node.js packages, NPM packages. Like that we have to, whatever server is required to launch an application, so that we have to install. For example, if I take a Tomcat, then I have to install a Tomcat, and then I need to copy the files. So whatever files are there from this artifact, there are two types of files. Application code artifact files, application code files, plus configuration files. There are two things going to be there. Server configuration files and application launch files. That is we call as an artifact. That artifact can be an image or a zip or a tar or var or anything. So you have to do this activity also. You have to copy, and then you have to start a service. Agree, guys? So these activities we need to perform here. As part of the EC2 instance, you have to perform. But who is going to perform these all activities? If I do manually, I have to log in into the EC2, I can able to perform. Agree, guys? So here, we're just going to take it up a code deployment here. On behalf of you, it's going to take a code deploy option. Okay, guys, we're just going to take a code deployment option. Cool. And this is going to be a build is nothing but a code build we have picked up. Nice. And that code deploy can be taken care like this. So code deploy, how it is going to be performed on top of EC2 instance. If you take a code build as an example, it is picked up the build spec.yaml file here. Agree, guys? We have executed build spec.yaml file. It contains set of commands. Set of commands will be there as part of the build spec.yaml file to generate an artifact, and it will be going to be deployed in EC2 instance in that case. Now, I need to deploy an EC2 instance here. So here we're just going to use an option called appspec.yaml file. Okay, it's going to be an appspec.yaml file going to be takes place. Same like a build spec.yaml file. We're just going to pick it up here. Makes sense, guys? Code build, code deploy. And then this appspec.yaml file, how it is going to be executed here? See, build spec, it is executing straight away in our managed service. Agree, guys? In our code build section, build spec.yaml file is executing on managed service. Nothing but code build where is required to execute. We know already the destination. But this is your EC2 instance, right? How it is going to be execute this build appspec here? So you have to recollect Puppet and Ansible and all. Same way, here, we're just going to add one agent, guys. If you use a code deploy agent going to be there. So the code deploy agent going to perform on behalf of you, same like a Puppet and Chef and all, how it is going to be there. The same way, agent going to be picked up here. If you don't have an agent, it cannot be performed there. Make sense? Is it clear? Okay, so this is your task. This is your call. You have to choose the EC2 instance. You have to install the code deploy. So code deploy agent. And then you can map to your code deploy option. So that code deploy can able to run it on EC2 instance. It may be 1, it may be 10, it may be hundreds of EC2 instances. It is just like an Ansible. It is just like a Puppet, like Chef, code deploy performed on behalf of you. Code deploy can perform on behalf of you on your EC2 instances. I'm sorry. Make sense, guys? Is that useful? Okay, but if I go with another option, for example, if I say in place of code deploy, right? So I may use Beanstalk, Elastic Beanstalk, because this is not, we are not creating, right? It's a platform as a service. So automatically AWS itself is going to provide everything. So you can straight away select it. That's all. Everything can be copied and it can be performed. Appspec.yaml, nothing is required. So in place of code deploy, you can go for Elastic Beanstalk also, but you cannot go with your EC2 instance. It's going to be underlying EC2 instances can be taken care of. Nothing but Elastic Beanstalk can provide straight away the platform. Even we can go with what another option is called CloudFormation templates. Also, you can use it to deploy. Even CloudFormation templates also you can use it. There are so many options will be there, but this also you can able to use it. Okay, so now we'll focus first. These two also we can execute it, but we'll try first code deploy, how it is going to be takes place. Okay, guys. So we'll see this one, how we can take it up. So we have to simulate this. So till now we have done this code build. And of course, we have used code commit also, right? Here, we can pick it up, the code commit. This is also, we can use it. Code commit, code build, code deploy. In place of code deploy, you can use Elastic Beanstalk, or you can use this option as well. Okay, now let's take it up here, guys. So what is required in that case? One is EC2 instance required. In that, we have to install code deploy agent, one thing. And then you have to attach the profile to EC2 instance, because EC2 required to talk with a code deploy. So that is also attach profile. Nothing but IAM profile to EC2 instance. That also we have to attach it. So these are the prerequisites to deploy your code into this location. And then another one is what? Code deploy. You have to take it up. In that, you should be able to create an application and deployment group. You have to choose it. These are the activities need to perform, guys. Okay, so then once we have done these two, apart from that, what else required? appspec.yaml file is required. Okay, there is a appspec YAML file is required. So if you have these options, so this is 1, 2, and 3, then you can integrate with the code pipeline. So that it will run. Okay. Make sense, guys? Now let's see how we can take it up. So come down, guys, here. Okay, just refresh it is done. Right, it's build success. Code pipeline. Now you can come down here. Okay, so take it up. EC2 instance, I'm just going to use it. This is ready-made stuff is already available, but I'll give you can try later, okay, as a CloudFormation template. Okay, but just manually we should understand first. Then only you can able to perform easily. Okay, guys. So now I'm just taking instances. Nothing will be there. Am I right? So launch instance. What I'm doing now, I'm saying that launch instance. So this is, you can say, code deploy. Name is equal to code deploy. Even you can add additional tags also, like this. And like this. App. Key is app. And environment, I mean, value is, for example, Spring Boot. I'm just taking a simple example. Okay, simply say that Spring Boot. And then come down, guys. Can I choose it Ubuntu? Yeah, I can use it Ubuntu 22 version, micro, and key pair. You can choose it. So this one I can use it, Virginia. Okay. Then networks are keep it as it is, or I can use for all time being. You can say default, or you can create a new security group, not an issue. It's automatically create a new security group, and you can give this all options from internet. Okay, and see GPG2, all are same, and then launch instance, simple. Okay, guys. Nice. This is the first step. Now, once it is done, this instances. Now it's going to be run. Okay, so we need one IAM role. We need one IAM role. So what kind of IAM role required for code deploy from EC2 instance? Can quickly search it out, guys. Okay, what IAM role required for code deploy agent? Can you quickly search it out, guys? Okay, what role I can say? What role required for code deployment agent? Code deploy agent like this. You can say what kind of role? Okay, yeah. So we have to create a role. See it, create a service role for code deploy. It's providing straight away user guide. See, getting started, code deploy, setting up, role, limited code deploy permissions, create IAM instances profile, like this. So service role, if you take it up here, so it's going to be create, easy to create tags and all, but this is we require, right? This is option. Users permissions. And you can come down, create an IAM instance profile for your image and EC2 instances or console. See guys here. Create an IAM instance profile for your Amazon EC2 instance from this CLI commands. CS3 get list, effect allow, something like that you can pick it. So you can see multiple options, code deploy and all. And then you can create a role. See it. By using this, you can able to perform AWS IAM create role and you can perform this. And console, through console, if you want to perform, you can see. Just follow these steps. Automatically, it's going to take it up. You can see, right? All options are available. Now, if you pick it up here, see, we'll do manually, okay? Nothing but console. Sign into the AWS console. In the IAM console, in the navigation pane, choose the policies, then choose the create policy. On the specify permissions page, choose JSON and remove the example JSON code and paste this. Okay, this is one thing. And then we recommended that you restrict the policy to only those Amazon S3 buckets your Amazon EC2 instances must access. Make sure to give the S3 bucket content deployment agent. Otherwise, an error might occur in a code deployment agent to install and update the instances. To grant the IAM instance profile access to only some code deploy resource, so this is going to help us. This is you have to create a role. Create a one policy. Next, review and create a page and policy name. You can give this code deploy EC2 permissions. This is policy is created. Now you can create a role. Choose the EC2 and then you can give a code deploy demo EC2 permissions. The role is EC2 permissions. If necessary, use the search box and find the policy also. And then you can create it. And then you can attach it. Once it is done, we can attach it this. Let's see quickly. Copy this content, guys. Straight away, because same thing, right? Get list, and you're going to give all list of activities. Particular one, you can able to give it. And then code deploy demo EC2 permissions you have to create. Okay, you can come down first. Say IAM role. Okay, you can pick it up this IAM role. Then as part of that IAM role, okay, create one policy straight away. Okay, create a policy. Cool. And you can see JSON. So you don't want this, so remove this. You can copy this. Okay, code deploy S3 option we are just giving. And even you can give a star also, it's fair enough. Automatically going to take it out. Okay, then you can just next, we can give it here. Okay, say next. So give a name. So he's suggesting, of course, name also. You can pick it up this permissions. Right? Code deployed EC2 permissions. You can pick it up this policy. Okay, same thing we can give it here. and say S3, multiple, read, list and all, it is there, create a policy. Automatically, it's going to create a policy. Done. Then come down into the roles. Then as part of that role, create a role. For what service? It is for EC2. Agree? It's going to be EC2. Then you can come down, say next. Here, what you have to do? You have to give a permissions. What kind of permissions you have to give? So you can pick it up from here. So what role? Code deploy permissions you have to pick it up. Right? You have to take it up this. Come down. Can you search it out? It is there or not? Enter. Yes, this is the role. It is available. Now you can say pick it up this. You can select this. Like that, we can add multiple policies. Even code deploy permissions if you have anything. See, pick it up. Code deploy. Can you see that? So many options. For ECS, for Lambda, for deployer access, deploy full access, EC2 role, AWS CodeDeploy. You can also use this. Our ready-made option. See, it provides EC2 access S3 buckets to download a revision. So it is available. This also you can use it. Straight up. And see, it provides access to register and deploy revision. This also you can use it. You can give provide a full access to code deploy resources. I mean, whichever is correct, you can pick it up. Okay, but make it limited. Okay, and then we have just given this actually. Right? So now say next. And the role, what is the name? If you given the role name, you can pick it up. For example, this is the profile. Code deploy demo EC2 profile. You can give this. Okay, guys. And then we can simply see we are giving all these permissions to this. Simply create a role. It's going to create a role. So we have just created a role, nothing but permissions. We have to attach some permissions to your EC2 instance. So that because if you attach it, this, role to your EC2 instance, code deployment agent, code deploy agent can interact with the code deploy options. Can able to access, can able to download, whatever. And then you are giving some permissions. So for that case, what you have to do, you have to come down here. Okay, take it up here, actions. You can attach it, see, security. And you can pick it up first. Pick it up this, actions, security, modify IAM role. Is that clear, guys? Friends, everybody following, right? What we have done? Just created one EC2 instance, created one IAM role. That role we are attaching to this instance. Agree? We are installing, just attaching, see that here. So this here, we have, right? Code deploy demo EC2 instance profile and update IAM role. But if you observe this in this step itself, first step, setting up, and you can see somewhere agent working with the code deploy agent. Working with the instances. See, targeting instances for deployment, working with the EC2 instances, working with the on-prem instances, view instance details and all. See here. Create a major EC2 instance and code deploy. Create a major EC2 instances, cloud formation template. Configure EC2 instance. In that, but we need to code deploy agent. Right? We need an agent. See that here. Manage code deploy agent operations. Verify the code. Verify. Code deploy agent is taking place. See, verify the code deploy agent for Amazon, Ubuntu, and all. So if you want to install it, first of all, so just see that here. Command line. For Ubuntu server, for our case. Okay, cool. Jaya, what we have done till now, we just created a role. Agree? If you come down in the IAM roles, so first we have created one policy. Yes or not? So if you see that here, code deploy. If you see that here, you can get to know that policy. What permission, what policy we have created? This policy we have created. If you see in the format of JSON, you can get to know that what policy we have created. Simple, right? We have created one policy. Policy means what? We are getting S3 get S3 list. Nothing but I can able to access S3 buckets, information and all from CodeDeploy. Okay, guys, that is one thing. Second one is we have taken this policy, attach it to this role. We have created one CodeDeploy role. See this here. Just created one role. For that case, what we have added, we have given these all permissions to this role. Just role, choose the EC2 and give the permission policies. We have created one role with permissions. These are all permissions we have given to this role. And this role, we have attached it to here with modify setting, right? Here. If you see that here, actions, security, IAM modification role. See that we have done already. Just we have attached CodeDeploy instance profile. Is that clear now, everyone? Any questions? Okay, this is the first one, basic. Then what we need on this EC2 instance? We need one agent. And what I'm doing is I'm setting up the platform ready. We have to do this activity. If you use a CloudFormation template, if you use a Elastic Beanstalk, not required because those are managed services. But this is yours, right? So you have to add it whatever required for CodeDeploy. So now we have to connect this virtual machine first. Connect. Okay, SSH client. Pick it up this. Now you can go here, guys. You can see this one. We are connecting the virtual machine now. Let's see. Yes, I can see. Is that clear, guys? We'll take it up 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So once it is done this, what we have to do next step is, can you guess it? We should be able to install. You have to follow these install steps. Agree, guys? So pick it up this Ruby and come down. Can you check it out which wget available? I'm sorry, which wget? Yes, it is available. So apt update command, we can take it up. Sudo. We're just installing agent, just following these steps. So now we should be able to download, say HTTP, bucket, S3 and all, you can pick it up. Suppose US East 1, ES East 2, something like that, you can take it up. Right? Cool. So what is our instance, where it is there? If you pick it up here, US West 1, sorry, US East 1 we have used. Right? So pick it up this and we have to down. First of all, Ruby is also required. Copy this and install it here. Say yes. So we're just installing Ruby package. Then we can pick it up this guys. Bucket name, S3 region and all. See here. Copy this. Okay, I can copy it here also. Just for reference. This is the one it's going to be take it up. So it's going to be a 1 in our case. US East 1. You have to pick it up, right? So copy this. Wget. Take it up this. See, unpacking CodeDeploy agent. Simple Linux option. Nothing else. Right? Cool. Now it's done. So setting up the CodeDeploy agent service, not native service, redirecting to system D systems install, and all it's done. Enabled also. Next step is what they're suggesting, check it out system service. So you can also log file, check it out, is that up and running or not. Okay. And you can see that options installed or not. See your status. You can just copy this command. Check the status. Even you can run a systemctl command also, not a problem. You can see status. right? It's active and running. It is active and running. See, starting code deploy agent. Started. Even you can able to check the logs also. Even it can able to check the logs where you can see that cd/var logs AWS. Okay, you can have a look. Code deploy agent. You can see that in code deploy agent. So this is a service, simple. So it's there. And you can sudo tail it. Tail command to check the logs. See here, it's running. Version file found with agent version official 1.60. In this. Cool, good. Even you can check it out. What is this about? Control C, PWD, and you can go here and say what is there in there. All options are there. See, cat dot version 1.6409.5.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, how does AWS CodePipeline helps streamline the software development and deployment process? Option A, by providing cloud-based storage for source code. Option B, by automatically reviewing and testing code for quality. Option C, by automating and orchestrating the steps required to release software changes. And option D, by offering project management tools for development teams. Please do mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
So let us begin with AWS DevOps beginner interview questions. First question, what is AWS in DevOps? Users can readily use DevOps techniques using Amazon's cloud service platform or AWS. The solutions offered will be of great assistance in automating manual activities, enabling teams to manage complex settings, and engineers to operate productively at the high velocity that DevOps offers. Moving on to the second question, DevOps and cloud computing. What is the need? In the DevOps methodology, development and operations are viewed as an unified organism. This means that any type of agile development, when combined with cloud computing, will provide it a clear advantage when scaling techniques and developing plans to modify how adaptable businesses are. DevOps would be the wheels of the cloud if it were a car. Moving to the third question, why use AWS for DevOps? There are numerous benefits of using AWS for DevOps. Some of them are as follows. AWS is a fully functional service that can be used right away without the need for further setup or installation. Second, with AWS, the availability of computational resources is limitless, whether you need one instance or are scaling up to hundreds at once. Third, pay-as-you-go pricing and budgeting with AWS will ensure that you can deploy adequately and receive an equitable return on investment. Fourth, in order to help you develop more quickly and achieve successful results in terms of development, deployment, and testing procedures, AWS pushes DevOps methods closer to automation. Fifth, AWS services are extremely programmable and efficient and may be used with ease via the command line interface, SDKs, and APIs. Moving on to the fourth question, what does a DevOps engineer do? In a hybrid and multifaceted environment, a DevOps engineer is in charge of maintaining an organization's IT infrastructure based on the explicit needs of the software code. A DevOps engineer's primary duties include validation, performance monitoring, and the design of acceptable deployment strategies. Fifth question, how can you handle continuous integration and deployment in AWS DevOps? To help in storing and versioning an application's source code, one must use AWS Developer Tools. The application is then automatically built, tested, and deployed to a local environment or to AWS instances using the services. When creating continuous integration and deployment services, it is better to start with CodePipeline and then use CodeBuild and CodeDeploy as necessary. Moving on to the sixth question, why is continuous integration of development and testing necessary? You should emphasize the necessity of continuous integration in your response. My recommendation is to include the following justification in your response. By substituting the conventional approach of doing testing only once all development has been completed, continuous integration of development and testing enhances software quality while speeding up delivery. Due to the fact that developers must integrate code into a shared repository numerous times each day, it enables the dev team to quickly identify and uncover problems, and then each check-in is automatically evaluated. Moving on to the seventh question, what is an AMI? How do we carry it out? Amazon Machine Image is known as AMI. In essence, it is a duplicate of the root file system. It provides the information necessary to start an instance, which is a replica of a cloud-based AMI server. Launching an instance from a variety of AMIs is simple. Third, hardware servers with generic BIOS that precisely point to the disk's first blocks master boot record. It is possible to construct a disk image that can literally fit anywhere on a disk, from which Linux can start at any point on the EBS storage network. The eighth question is, in AWS DevOps, what does AWS CodeBuild mean? The completely managed build service AWS CodeBuild compiles source code, performs tests, and creates software packages that are prepared for deployment. You can provision, maintain, and scale your own build servers using CodeBuild. Your builds won't be kept in a queue because CodeBuild scales continuously and handles several builds at once. Moving on to the ninth question, describe whether it is possible to distribute a single Memcache instance among several projects. It is feasible to share a single Memcache instance across various projects, yes. You can use one or more servers to execute Memcache, which is a memory storage area. Additionally, you can set up your client to communicate with a certain set of instances. As a result, two separate Memcache processes can run on the same host and remain totally independent. Unless your data has been partitioned, it is important to know which instance to obtain the data from or put it into. 10th question, why AWS DevOps matters? The world and its sectors from retail to entertainment to finance have been completely altered by software and the internet. Software now plays a crucial role in every aspect of a business, going beyond simply providing assistance. Through software supplied as online services or applications and on a variety of devices, businesses communicate with their customers. Additionally, they employ software to transform every step of the value chain, including logistics, communications, and operations in order to improve operational efficiencies. Companies now must change how they produce and distribute software in a similar way to how physical goods companies changed how they design, build, and deliver things utilizing industrial automation throughout the 20th century. Let us move on to AWS DevOps Intermediate Interview Questions. Starting with the first one, what programming frameworks work with AWS CodeBuild? Python, Ruby, Java, Android, Docker, Node.js, and Go are environments that are already created and available through AWS CodeBuild. The initialization and creation of a Docker image can also be used to create a customized environment. Then, this is uploaded to either the DocHub registry or the EC2 registry. Later, the image is referred to using this in the user's build project. Second question, what do AWS DevOps microservices entail? The design strategies used when creating a single application as a collection of services are known as a microservice architecture. These services each have their own unique process architecture and can connect with one another using a structured interface that is both light and user-friendly. The majority of this communication is done through HTTP and API requests. Moving on to the third question, What does EBS in AWS DevOps mean? Elastic Block Storage, sometimes known as EBS, is an AWS virtual storage area network. The block-level storage volumes used in the EC2 instances are referred to by the term EBS. AWS EBS is a dependable method of storing data and is very interoperable with other instances. Moving on to the fourth question, what is the main benefit of using an AWS DevOps model? Every organization can benefit from keeping high process efficiency and making sure to keep expenses as low as feasible. AWS DevOps makes it simple to accomplish this. It can only be beneficial in everything from getting a fast overview of how the workplace culture operates to promoting teamwork. An organized pipeline, collaboration between development and operations, and access to a range of tools and services will all improve the quality of the final product and improve customer service. Fifth question, can Jenkins and AWS CodeBuild be used together in AWS DevOps? Yes, AWS CodeBuild is simple to link with Jenkins so that tasks may be carried out and run in Jenkins. The process of setting up and individually controlling the worker nodes in Jenkins is completely eliminated when build jobs are submitted to CodeBuild and executed there. Sixth question, what is the difference between scalability and elasticity? Scalability refers to a system's capacity to expand its hardware resources in response to a rise in demand. It can be accomplished by raising the hardware requirements or by adding more processing nodes. Elasticity is the capacity of a system to cope with an increase in workload by adding more hardware resources as the demand rises, but also rolling back the scale resources when the resources are no longer required. In cloud situations where a pay-per-use approach is used, this is especially useful. Moving on to the seventh question, how is Amazon RDS, DynamoDB, and Redshift different? For relational databases, Amazon RDS is a database management service that handles patching, upgrading, data backups, etc. The RDS database administration service only handles the structured data. Contrarily, DynamoDB is a NoSQL database service which works with unstructured data, whereas Redshift is a completely different service that is used for data analysis and is a product of a data warehouse. Eighth question, what is AWS Lambda in AWS DevOps? You can run code with AWS Lambda without setting up or managing servers. You may use Lambda to run the code for almost any kind of application or backend service with no administration required. Simply upload your code and Lambda will handle all the necessary steps to run and grow it with high availability. Moving on to the ninth question, explain the function of an Amazon EC2 instance like stopping, starting, and terminating. When an instance is stopped, it goes through a typical shutdown and enters a pause state. Instance can be stopped and restarted. The instance can be restarted later and still have all of its Amazon EBS volumes attached. While the instance is paused, you're not billed for extra instance hours. When an instance is terminated, it shutdowns normally and deletes any attached Amazon EBS volumes until the delete on termination attribute of the volume is set to false. Additionally, deleted is the instance itself. You cannot restart the instance at a later time. I hope it will be really beneficial to understanding and passing the interview. 10th question, what is the importance of buffer in Amazon Web Services? A buffer will synchronize various paths and increase the arrangement's adaptability to a spike in traffic or load. The paths are prone to receiving and processing requests in an erratic manner. The buffer establishes the equilibrium between various apparatus and crafts their work so that they move at the same pace to provide services more quickly. Moving on to AWS DevOps Advanced Interview Questions. Let us take a look at the first one. What problems might you run across when building a DevOps pipeline? In this age of technical eruption, DevOps faces a variety of difficulties. It typically has started to deal with data migration strategies and quickly introducing new features. If data migration fails, the system may be in an unstable state, which may result in problems later on. However, a feature flag, which aids in the incremental product releases, is the only way to resolve issues within the CI system. This can aid in reducing some of the difficulties along with the rollback feature. Second question, how does CloudFormation vary from AWS Elastic Beanstalk? EBS and CloudFormation are two of AWS's key services. They are created in a way that makes working together amongst them simple. EBS offers a setting in which cloud-deployed programs can be installed. To manage the lifecycle of the apps, this is connected with CloudFormation's tools. With this, using a variety of AWS resources becomes incredibly convenient. As a result, it may be used for a wide range of applications, including container-based solutions and traditional applications. Moving on to the third question, how is using version control advantageous? Version control has many advantages as illustrated below. First, version control creates a simple method for comparing files, spotting differences, and merging. It makes it simple to trace every stage of the life cycle of an application build, including development, production, testing, etc. Third, it offers a practical means of establishing a cooperative workplace culture. And finally, every version and variation of the code are kept safe and secure thanks to version control. Let us look at the fourth question. What are the upcoming AWS DevOps trends? The purpose of this question is to gauge your knowledge of the topic and the depth of your research. To strengthen your candidature, be sure to provide true facts and cite appropriate sources. Additionally, attempt to describe how modern software techniques and cloud computing are having a significant impact on firms worldwide and their potential for future rapid growth. Fifth question, discuss your experience building bridges between IT ops, QA, and development. Effective communication and teamwork are crucial to DevOps. By skillfully straddling the two worlds, I have been able to handle production-related challenges from both the development and operation sides. I am more concerned with making sure that all of the moving elements work together than I am in assigning blame or taking the lead. Sixth question, what are microservices and why they have an impact on operations? Microservices are a result of programming conventions and software design. Operations is in charge of routinely distributing and managing the smaller, more numerous artifacts that microservice architectures often produce. Microservices have a significant impact on operations because of this. Microdeployments is the phrase used to describe the duties associated with delivering microservices. Therefore, bridging the gap between microservices and microdeployments is what DevOps is actually about. Moving on to the seventh question, explain how DevOps is helpful to developers. With DevOps, release cycles are quicker and more frequent, enabling developers to swiftly discover and fix problems as well as add new features. Second, when developers and operations work together, they will produce software that is simpler to use, more dependable, and ultimately better for the company, since DevOps is what motivates employees to perform better work by giving them additional hats to wear. Eighth question, what is the AWS Developer Tools? The AWS Developer Tools are a collection of services created to help DevOps practitioners and IT operations specialists produce software quickly and securely. Together, these services enable you to automatically create, test, and deploy your application to AWS or your on-premises environment while securely storing and version controlling the source code of your application. You can integrate each service separately with your current tools or use AWS CodePipeline to orchestrate an end-to-end software release workflow using these services and third-party tools. Moving on to the ninth question, how to adopt an AWS DevOps model. Changes in culture and mindset are necessary to make the transition to DevOps. DevOps is essentially about breaking down boundaries between development and operations to historically separate teams. Second, even without separate development and operations teams, engineers may do both tasks in some businesses. By collaborating on DevOps, the two teams can increase both the efficiency of developers and the dependability of operations. They make an effort to communicate regularly, boost productivity, and raise the caliber of the services they offer to consumers. By considering the demands of the final customer and how they might help to address those needs, they assume full responsibility for their services, frequently going above and beyond the scope of their declared duties or titles in the past. Finally, teams for quality control and security may also become closely incorporated with these teams. Regardless of their organizational structure, organizations implementing a DevOps model have teams that see the full development and infrastructure lifecycle as a part of their duty. Coming to the final question, explain what is dogpile effect. How can you prevent this effect? So the term dogpile effect refers to the situation in which websites are attacked by numerous concurrent client requests as a result of the cache expiring. A semaphore lock can be used to stop this effect. When a value in this system runs out, the first process buys the lock and begins producing fresh value.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.
Okay, so I just wanted to brush it up. So now coming to AWS DevOps certification. So this is the certification for AWS DevOps available in the official website. You can check it out. So I'm going to introduce you to the certification. I'm going to introduce you to the domains and its weightages, and what is the recommended knowledge you should have in order to clear this particular certification, and then the learning path, and then the details of the examination. All right. Okay, so basically the AWS Certified DevOps Engineer certification is it's a professional certification. I would not suggest you guys should directly take it unless you either have an associate certification in hand, or you guys basically have enough experience in order to take it up directly. But I would suggest you to first complete an associate certification, that is, let's say, a solutions architect or a developer or a SysOps admin certification. Only then go with this particular certification. If not, it will be really tough and you would have a lot of gap in between. All right. So this is basically for individuals who perform a DevOps engineer role with 2 or more years of experience provisioning, operating, and managing AWS environments. As I told you, if you're taking up this professional certification, they would basically expect you to have 2 years of experience, because in order to clear the certification, you should have real-time knowledge and concepts. So that's why I suggested you to have an associate certification before. So if you have an associate certification and if you have learned AWS, then you would know how it works, and then you would know how exactly everything goes around in the IT industry. All right. So now the content and domains of this examination. So the first one is SDLC automation. So that basically means software development lifecycle automation, and the main process or main goal of AWS DevOps is to automate the entire lifecycle, automate the entire development lifecycle. Obviously, you cannot automate the development part where the programmer manually types code, so that will take its own time. So once that particular part is done, then every single other part, that is from pushing the code to GitHub, after it gets pushed to GitHub and when it's available in the remote repository, after that, testing the code, reviewing the code, then testing the application. Then once the test is successful and all use cases are passed, then pushing it into a staging environment and checking if the application is running well. And then once if that passes, then you can push it into a production environment. And once it's pushed into a production environment, a monitoring tool is in place in order to basically make sure that entire application is running properly, and it keeps sending log files and feedback to the the developer or the development team in order to make more changes according to the incoming bugs or errors. All right, so basically you're trying to automate the entire SDLC entire software development lifecycle. So that's the main part in this case. So 22% of the examination will cover questions from SDLC automation. And then 19% comes second, which is configuration management and infrastructure as code. Configuration management is pretty simple. For example, let's say you have 20 servers running, And all 20 servers obviously will have the same application running to accommodate a lot of traffic. So now let's say there is a configuration file, and it has to be, that particular configuration has to be created and run on every single server. And let's say if it is 2 servers, you can manually go open both the servers and run the commands and finish it up. But let's say there are 200 servers running in the production environment. Now what could you do? So now you can use a configuration management tool which is connected to all the 200 servers. You upload the configuration file and run the command in one particular, so basically you feed the command in one place. It will automatically run it in all the 200 servers and make sure the configuration is up to date in all the servers. So that's configuration management. And infrastructure as a code is basically, let's say you are creating an AWS architecture for your application. So now let's say you want to create it in another region. What would you do? Would you do it manually? If you do it, you can do it manually, but it's very time consuming. You have to do everything from scratch. So instead, you can create a template using YAML or using JSON. And it basically is a template where you can just run the template and it will automatically create the architecture for you. And that basically is called infrastructure as code. You can create and complete infrastructure using one piece of code or one template. So using that one template, you can basically run it hundreds of times and create the same architecture again and again without having to create it manually every time. So this is the second domain which will be covered. And then monitoring and logging, this is pretty understandable. That is monitoring the AWS services and monitoring the applications running on the AWS services and logging them. Policies and standards automation. So this is more of a theoretical viewpoint on how you can implement best practices, how you can implement policies while you are trying to automate the DevOps pipeline. And then incident and event response. Yeah, so incident and event response is basically disaster recovery. It's a backup, having a backup plan, having a contingency in order to, let's say, when a particular data center fails, when a particular availability zone fails, in that case, you should basically make sure that there is a contingency plan in place, which will automatically allow you to, it will automatically allow you, basically make sure the application doesn't go down. It will basically move the application to another region. There would already be the application available in another region, and it will just point the users to the right direction, to the right region, to the right data center, and the application will not go down. So whenever there is an incident happening, or whenever there is an event happening, whenever there is downtime, you would have to have a system in place which will automatically do the things for you. So some more questions will be from there. And high availability, fault tolerance, and disaster recovery. High availability is basically making sure the application is available all the time, it doesn't go down. Fault tolerance, as I told you, when one data center goes down, there should be a fault tolerance setup, and it shouldn't fail whenever one particular point of contact is failing. So there should not be a single point of failure available. Disaster recovery, it's which I said right now. So incident and event response is basically, it also covers cybersecurity. It covers DDoS. So let's say if somebody is trying to do a denial of service on your server, so how would you basically prevent yourself from that particular aspect? So now these are the various domains which will be questioned in the AWS DevOps Engineer certification. So now, as I told you, before taking this up, you should go through an associate certification. Otherwise, it's pretty hard and pretty, I would say it's useless. I would suggest you to take up the associate first. Okay, so this, but if you already have experience, if you already have enough knowledge to take it up, kindly take it up. Okay, now recommended AWS knowledge. So you should have 2 or more years of experience provisioning, operating, and managing AWS environments, experience debugging code, developing code in at least one high-level programming language. So this is required for a solutions architect. This is required for a DevOps engineer. You should know how to develop code in at least one programming language. It could be any high-level programming language. It could be Java, it could be Python, it could be C#, doesn't matter, but you should know one programming language. Experience building highly automated infrastructures, experience administering operating systems, understanding of modern development and operation processes and methodologies. So these are some of the AWS recommended knowledge. So you can just, even this information is provided in the official website, and you can just check it out. So these are some of the things about the DevOps certification. Now, as I told you, this is the path. You can either take up the certified developer certification or the SysOps administrator certification, or you can also take up the solutions architect certification. It's not provided here, but you can still take it up, and then basically learn DevOps engineering on AWS. So this is exam readiness. So this is basically a big, what is that? A test exam, which you can get for $40, and you can write this test before taking up the actual examination, which will give you an idea of where you stand. And once you are confident enough, you can take up the professional certification. As told, you can see, so foundational is 1, and intermediate is 2 bars, and advanced is 3 bars. So as I told you, AWS Certified DevOps Engineer exam is a 3-bar certification. That is an advanced certification. It's pretty tough than the other examinations. And once done, you will be given the AWS Certified DevOps Engineer professional certification. So this is the learning path, and this is the domains, and this is the recommended knowledge to take up this exam. As I told you, it's a professional exam. So right now, I would suggest it's the right time to take up the AWS examinations, because they are allowing you to take up the exam from your home itself. That is online proctored exam. Before, there used to be only testing centers. So now you can also take it up online. So this would be the right time if you do not want to go out and give the exam. You can just book it and you can just take it right from your home. As I told you, the cost of the examination itself is 300 USD. But if you want to take up a practice exam before taking up the actual exam, you can pay $40 and take it up. And yeah, so this is pretty much the examination details. So now you guys might have some questions, and you guys might have some what is that? You guys might want to know who is a AWS DevOps engineer, what they do, and what are the services to learn. So I'm just going to brush this up quickly so that you guys have an idea about this too. So who is an AWS DevOps engineer? The AWS DevOps engineer will design and develop automation using AWS and other DevOps services to support CI/CD workflow. So basically what it means is AWS DevOps engineer is a DevOps engineer. They will automate the software development lifecycle using other DevOps services and also AWS services in order to make sure the pipeline is running smoothly. So why AWS services? Because they are an AWS DevOps engineer. They will use AWS services to make sure the pipeline is running smoothly. All right. Okay. So now I just wanted to take you through a couple of job descriptions. So AWS DevOps Senior Engineer. Over here, you can see for a code rep tools, that is version control tools, they are using GitLab, they're using Runner, they're using Bitbucket. And for AWS, so they're asking for various AWS services like Elastic Container Service, Fargate, Lambda, SNS, CloudFront, CodeBuild, CloudWatch, and then CI/CD tools, Jenkins, Maven, NPM, and then hands-on, they're asking for Docker, they're asking for databases, they're asking for, if you see here, so not must, good to have, they're asking for database knowledge, so a monitoring tool, some Linux administration experience, and optionally, you can also know Selenium. Okay, so these are the things which they're asking. You can see that it's a lot, I know, but as a DevOps engineer, you should obviously know a lot, because you will be working with a stream of teams. You'll be working with so many different teams, and you should make sure that entire pipeline is running smoothly. So in order to do that, you should know various different tools which will accommodate every single phase of the DevOps pipeline, DevOps lifecycle. All right. So now AWS DevOps Architect. Again, so this is another job description. Here they've just mentioned cloud and DevOps industry best practices and tooling. So this, as I told you, and looking for an expert in CodeCommit, CodeBuild, CodeDeploy, and CodePipeline. So these are AWS Developer Tools. So here they're asking for other DevOps tools. Here they're asking for AWS DevOps Tools itself. Okay, so there are two things in AWS. You also are given DevOps tools like CodeCommit is the version control tool, CodeBuild is the build tool, CodeDeploy is the deployment tool, and CodePipeline is basically the tool for making sure this entire thing is working well together. That is, you put the code in CodeCommit and you build it using CodeBuild and you deploy it using CodeDeploy, and you are making sure that entire thing is working well. You're basically connecting them together using AWS CodePipeline. All right. Okay, so it's companies hiring, SAP, Amazon, Paytm, Dell, Oracle. So these are some of the major companies who are hiring for DevOps engineers. And yeah, it's pretty much that. So there are so many different companies hiring for DevOps engineers. That's because many companies are shifting to DevOps right now, and many companies are already on the way. Like they're already implementing DevOps practices and DevOps pipelines in their companies. What is that called? They've already implemented DevOps and they need DevOps engineers, and certain companies are trying to shift to DevOps, and because of that they would need DevOps engineers in order to maintain their own pipeline. Also, there are two different types of companies you can be hired for. One would be a service-based company, one would be a product-based company. If it is a service-based company, you would be working on a DevOps pipeline which is already available and which is running on your client's infrastructure, not your infrastructure, and you would be maintaining it and you would be managing it. But if you're in a product-based company, the company's mainstream of revenue would be from selling the product or would be from giving the product away. So now, in order to make money, they should hire a DevOps engineer. In order to make sure the product is running smoothly, they should hire a DevOps engineer who would basically control, maintain, create, and basically control all parts of the all parts of the DevOps pipeline. Okay. Now, services to learn. I'm just going to brush it up, and you can put down your questions, and I would be answering some of them. So please put down your questions right now. Okay, so CodeCommit, CodeBuild, CodeDeploy, CodePipeline, these are the AWS developer tools which you can learn. So these are the AWS developer tools, and these are not the other DevOps tools. You should learn this. And CodeCommit is the version control tool, CodeBuild is the build tool, Deploy is the deploy tool, CodePipeline is the tool which will create a pipeline using all of these services. And next comes, so these are some AWS services. So I'm not going to talk more about the AWS services. You can just check out Intellipaat's website or Intellipaat's YouTube channel and check out the AWS tutorial. You would get to know more about it. Same thing, the DevOps tutorial, you could learn more about it because these are really big concepts. If I get into one particular service, it will basically drag this entire session with that itself. Okay, so now you guys might have some questions. Please put down the questions if you have any. I would be answering them. So now we've completed most of the parts. So basically, if you want to get started with AWS, if you want to get started with DevOps, the right place would be YouTube. I would say that's the very beginning. Okay, so you can check out Intellipaat's YouTube channel where we have free content on DevOps. We have free content on AWS, and you can start learning for free over there. And then we have intellipaat.com/blog, and again we have free tutorials over there, and you can start reading and learning from there. And yeah, so there is one more thing I wanted to introduce. So there is something called Intellipaat Academy. So you can just type in intellipaat.com/academy, where you have certain free courses, and once you complete them, you would also get certification. And they are basically foundational courses and foundational certifications, which would give you a starting point, which will give you a great, it would be a great starting point for you to start learning something.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers AWS DevOps Certification training created by industrial experts. Through this course, you develop your skills in AWS and DevOps. The training will make you an expert in various on-demand aspects of AWS DevOps. With this course, we have already had thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of AWS.